All right, good evening, everyone. This special meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:03 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Okay, board members, you can mark your attendance. All right, we have all 7 board members present. Let me record that. Okay. First thing on our agenda tonight is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board on items that are on tonight's agenda for consideration. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such meetings except through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment on items that are on tonight's agenda for consideration. Other than the public comment portion of the meeting, statements, questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting. If you wish to address the board regarding an agenda item, your name and agenda item related to your comments must be written on the public address sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting. During the public comment portion of the meeting, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her remarks. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policies. DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the comments on the agenda items. Our first public comment speaker is Mrs. Judkins.
To the members of the Judson ISD School Board, once again, I come before you because I care about this community. The prime objective of every school board in this country should be to ensure a healthy, safe environment where all children can learn, thrive, and become responsible citizens. A second essential objective is to attract and retain qualified teachers and support staff who make student success possible. A third objective is to maintain and improve the buildings and infrastructure that support learning. Taxpayers and the state of Texas provide funding with the expectation that these responsibilities will be carried out in a financially sound and transparent manner. Unfortunately, debts have accumulated to the point that our district now faces a crisis. Meanwhile, the loss of students to charter schools and voucher programs has been discussed, but not addressed with the seriousness required. Each time the response has been glossy promises about the future, while asking the community for more money. On November 6, 2025, voters said clearly, no, enough is enough. Instead of engaging in an honest reflection about how we reached this point, the community fears that the solution will be drastic cuts, closing schools, ending programs, and eliminating staff. These choices would disrupt entire communities and jeopardize the lives and careers of people who served our children for years. This moment asks for careful financial stewardship, not reactionary measures. It is not clear that the board currently has the structure in place to manage a crisis of this scale. Therefore, I respectfully request 1, a full and independent audit, if not already completed. 2, immediate hiring of a dedicated financial officer and/or external advisor with the expertise in school district recovery. If the board cannot commit to long-term restructuring and transparent financial management, then I would encourage those unable to do so to consider stepping aside for the good of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Judkins. Next up will be Mr. Ralph Judkins.
Trustees, my name is Ralph Judkins, your humble servant. I have served the students of Judson ISD for many years, and as I near retirement, I want to leave this district stronger than I found it. My remarks tonight come from duty and care, not politics or anger. Over the past several weeks, I have reviewed the public transcripts from the November 18th and November 20th meetings and compiled them into a formal evidence report that you have. It contains no rumors, no speculation, only the words and actions that took place in this room. And what the record shows is clear. A trustee was interrupted while holding the floor. A lawful motion was blocked. Debate came from the chair. Members were treated unequally, and the president presided over matters involving her own leadership. These are not small differences in style. They are violations of fairness, and the public knows it because they saw it happen. You can feel it in this room tonight. But there is good news. The board has a rare chance right now to correct the story, to show our teachers, our students, and our community that integrity still matters here, that leadership still means something here, that courage still lives here. I want to speak directly to the trustees who are weighing this decision. You are good people. You care about this district. You love your families. You want to be proud of your vote when you look in the mirror tonight, and you deserve to be. Moments like this test us, not our knowledge, but our character. Our children don't study Robert's rules, but they study us. They see when doors close. They see when the adults look away. But they also see when someone stands up, opens the door, and turns the page. Tonight is that moment. The truth is simple. The current president cannot remain in the chair, and she does not and cannot remain on this board. This is not punishment. This is stewardship. This is what leaders do when trust has been broken and a reset is needed. Trustees, this room is full tonight because your community still believes you can restore trust. You can steady this district. They believe, we all believe, that tonight is the moment to act. So I say this with respect and conviction. Choose courage over comfort. Choose integrity over silence. Choose our children over more chaos. And then be the board that put Judson back on solid ground. Remove the president, declare the seat vacant, and let the healing begin right here, right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Judkins. Next up, Mr. Scott Willis on agenda item 7A.
I've come, I've begged, I've been respectful. I've talked to all of you. I can work with anybody. It's politics. Votes to go for you, votes go against you. But at some point, this board has decided that this petty politics is what the job is, and it's not. What the previous speaker, another math teacher, by the way, had to say, somebody uses logic all the time. Sorry, I can speak louder. Beg your pardon. What he said is absolutely true. Folks, we need some leadership. We need it now. Right now, we're having a special meeting about getting rid of a superintendent, potentially. I don't know what vendetta let this up. Do I think Dr. Fields is the greatest thing since sliced bread? No. I have huge differences with many people here at this board, but I work with them. And if you guys vacate, we're already in huge financial trouble. He's got 2 years left on his contract. How much is that we're going to have to pay out? Is that another $500,000? Or we got to cut more teachers, more bus drivers, less cafeteria choices? The football program can't afford jerseys? I don't know what it's going to be. That's one thing. My thing that's upsetting me right now is we're 5 weeks from the Vader. We had a touchy-feely. What are your perceptions? What do you feel the cut should be? What does that have to do with anything? How much are we spending on A, B, and C? How much money do we need to cut out of the budget, and how we're going to get there? Did we have any of that? No. We had one financial meeting that lasted an hour. Nobody has rolled up their sleeves. Nobody on this board is demanding that we roll up our sleeves and get to work with this financial crisis that we're having and taking as many ideas from as many people as we have. Instead, it seems like this vendetta to get rid of, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the history is. I don't care what it is. You have a series of people here. There are, what, 4,000 or 5,000 people work for Judson? And what do I want to say here? The story that's out there is controlled by the media. They're getting, go to hell plans that came from months and months ago and putting it out as fact. And people think they're going to lose their job at Christmas and the rest of this. Where do you think morale is right now with these games that are being played here? You need a CFO if you're going to be in a financial crisis. Board, you are advise and consent. You are not people to go through. You have a superintendent. Let him work with who he wants to work with. They found somebody, but no, 4 weeks later, is it on the agenda to have a CFO? Nope, still don't have one. Folks, we need a CFO. We need to come in not for an hour tomorrow before the board meeting. We need to pick a Saturday and work 8 or 10 hours and get in a room and get this done with the community. These people that are sitting right out here with you in here and figure this out. And it needs to happen now. This is going to get uglier as it goes on later. If you think I'm not going to recommend to people to not sign their teaching contracts until they know what they're going to make, you're wrong. I will work tirelessly to get teachers to not sign a contract to work in this district unless you have your financial house in order and we know what we're going to make next year. Nothing else is fair. And the rate you're going, well, doesn't seem it's going to be another 5 or 6 weeks. We'll see. You can do better. You're all better than this. We're all here for the kids. Please, please, stop distracting yourselves. Do your job.
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Shannon Brown.
Good evening. I think several of you know me as somebody, I'm the president of the Judson Education Foundation. I am one of the people who started in Judson raising money to build schools because we were a growing district. I sat on those meetings to raise money. We passed those bonds. You have somebody here who is grown up in this district, who represents what a child can be in our district. My daughter looks up to him, and she's a Judson alumni. I am not. I got to Texas as fast as I could, and now I'm here. And I'm here to advocate for somebody. When you have good people, he has done the M&O. He came from operations. What is wrong? You guys cannot work with each other? Is it about politics? You brought in and paid somebody to come in and tell you how to cut? You all can't make that decision on your own? We voted for you. You have to sit down. We did that with Jeff. We sit down. We completely reorganized our board. We reorganized the way. We make money to fill the gaps, and we can only fill the gaps so much. $1 million in the bank will only make the teachers so happy. And I speak from passion. I speak from dedication. I have given time. I have given money. I don't run for the board because I want to work directly with the students. But I'm telling you, I'm profoundly disappointed that I even had to come today and see this on the agenda. Jeff met over there. I am so upset. I'm so upset I'm shaking. Usually when I got angry, I cry. But you know I'm mad, and my kids know I'm mad when I don't cry because I'm mad. And when I'm not yelling, but I am profoundly disappointed. And Madam President, this falls on you. If you are looking at politics and trying to emulate what's going on in DC, you are not following what Texas wants. We don't need outsiders to tell us what we need. We have plenty of people sitting here who are dedicated. So stop. I'm going to go home. I'm going to pray. I'm going to light candles. I'm going to do whatever I need to do. Oil everything. Because you all need to get together and work together and not worry about firing people. That is the coward's way out, to blame somebody. Vader, every single one of you here should have been out on those streets handing that stuff out. I went to Spurs games and handed out Vader stuff. Most of those people don't even go to our district, but I wanted to have the information out there. I didn't see videos, I didn't see advertisements, I didn't see anything like that, and the PAC started too late. So you cannot blame that on Mr. Fields. Dr. Fields. You cannot blame that on Dr. Fields. And if that happens, don't worry, because I will be out there with the media too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, that concludes our public comments. So now, hold on, let me grab my agenda. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Okay, so agenda item 3A involves the Bear County Appraisal District for, I know this is the first time for some of our board members, but we have our taxes that go through Bear County and their appraisal district, and they have a board. So each of the membership of the appraisal district gets to cast so many votes in order to vote on their board of directors. And I'm sorry, I printed it on the printer right before I walked out the door, so, oh, do you have that one? I'm sorry, I'm gonna sneak off of you then, because I walked out without mine. So what we'll be looking for is a nomination from the people that were on the list in the board book of who you would like to nominate, that we cast our 74 votes toward, toward the Board of Directors of the Bear County Appraisal District. So do I have a motion for any of those 7 people?
I'd like to nominate Gerald Lopez from Mountain College.
Okay, I have a motion that our 74 votes go to Gerald Lopez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Macias, a second by Ms. Canoyer. Any discussion of that? Okay, we can proceed to vote then. Hold on, I gotta get that far. Okay, cast your vote. Oh, she got there. Okay, motion passes 7-0, so they will submit our 74 votes off to Bear County, and then they will tally them, and they will be a new board of directors for the appraisal district. So, okay, agenda item 4B. The Finance Committee is meeting tomorrow, and since we just got the data, there was only a little bit of progress they could make at the first meeting. They're looking forward to meeting with the data tomorrow night, so we'll postpone that, and whatever comes out of tomorrow night's meeting, then they can consolidate that with the first meeting and then present that to the board. So, but thank you for 2 of our board members, or committee members, for being here tonight, Ms. Peters, and is Ms. Werner here? Oh, there she is, in the back. Oh, and Mr. Patch is here. So, yes, thank you so much to those. Oh, and Mr. Willis. I forgot you were one. I couldn't remember if you just come or you were one of them. So, we have a whole bunch of people who are on the committee, and then we have a bunch of other people who show up and are participating, and it was a very large group the first time. So, we're looking forward to meeting again tomorrow night.
I have a comment.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
The Finance Committee. I just want to caution you, when you work with your Finance Committee, we have an appointed representative and an alternate to that committee. But when I attended the first one, it was a mix of a lot of folks. And so you start to skew things, just like I've been critical of the Growth and Planning Committee being sometimes only employees or being folks only from the north end. The Finance Committee will have that same scrutiny. So if they come and report and gives a presentation, I'm going to wonder who is in the room. That's why I was really excited about having appointed representation so that we could have a balanced perspective on that committee. I don't want to see a Finance Committee that's been with a whole bunch of folks that aren't even on the committee making a recommendation. Now, I don't want to minimize community input. I think that's important. But if this mechanism from the Finance Committee is supposed to be a recommendation to us, it needs to be balanced. And if it's a board committee, Growth and Planning is not a board committee. So Growth and Planning, do whatever you got to do. But this one's a board committee. And so if you make that presentation, make sure that you consider structuring who can vote, who can put input, because then you're just having sort of a melody of all kinds of folks saying things, and I don't know where that representation is, and that's important. So just know I'll be very critical about that piece. So just putting it in your hands.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if you, I know you stopped by the last meeting. I'm not sure if you heard the beginning of the meeting. These 4 people did, which was, it was very clearly articulated to the committee. There's a bunch of group work that goes on, but when anything comes down to coming up with final recommendations or things that are voted on, the 7 primaries know that they are the 7, I'm sorry, it's 10. No, I'm sorry, it's 11. There are 7 primaries from us. There is 1 elementary, 1 middle school, 1 high school, 1 district staff that is not like an assistant superintendent, they're like directors. staff members, that those were going to be the 11 votes that get recorded once we get enough consolidated where a recommendation is needed for the board. So that was put out at the last committee meeting right at the beginning. So I think the committee members that were there understood that that was how that was going to be, that when we got to that point, the primaries are going to be the one who levy that. So, but right now, the first meeting was just people throwing ideas against the wall and getting to know each other. But there was a lot of getting to know people from different teachers, talking to parents, talking to district staff, talking to just community members who don't necessarily have children.
I appreciate the rationale. The theme here is that it be equitable, and we have representation, and that the group there not be on one geographical area of the district, that it represent the entire district. And I know appointed representation will ensure that we have that. But when you're putting things all over, you're getting ideas from all over. And anyway, I think Ms. Stanford had something to say.
No, I was just going to say,
I would say, were you here for that? I think you were right at the beginning, so you heard me put that part out, right?
my understanding was that the representatives that we've all appointed are the only ones that can vote.
That is correct. That's what we put out to them as the primary. If the alternate and the primary are there, they can get together and talk to each other. If anybody else from their district, they can lobby in, but the person who is the primary is the one who will cast the vote and they'll be in.
For something that's going to be voted on.
Correct.
So
Correct.
maybe his comments also involve when there's just group discussion and you're reporting on input, then that's going to go beyond the representatives, correct?
Correct. That'll just be,
whoever's there.
yes, yes. It won't be any formal if it comes to where we need a formal recommendation to the board on something, then it will be from the
A vote.
representatives. Yes.
Okay, other than that, it was
Otherwise, it's just
widespread comment.
Yes, just widespread, just people coming out and talking about money.
So kind of a
So,
combination of both.
Yes, so, and hopefully the group's going to kind of do some steering of itself. It seems to have a mind of its own, which is great. Some very spirited voices in that room, and I'm super excited to see where that goes tomorrow night. I love it, I love it.
It's great.
So, okay, anything else on finance committee before we move on? Okay. The next one, we had pulled the entire agenda of the last meeting over. I'm assuming with the holidays and people out of town, nobody had a real good chance to dig into our board budget yet, right? I think a number of us did not have a chance. Betty did print copies of this for us. I'd recommend, can everybody take this home and do some homework between now and the 18th and come with some solid possible recommendations on where we could reduce or streamline our board budget? Correct, yes, because I think as we're looking across the entire district on the financial capos, the board budget is part of our district's budget. So I think if there's anywhere we can find agreement where we can reduce ours, then I think that well, it's going to send the right message, right? We always start at the top. So if you guys can look at some places that you think we can reduce, whether we're reducing our travel or whatever it is. That you find on there.
I wasn't sure what it was for.
Correct. No, it was the goal. The goal was every department, the entire cabinet, every single one of them has looked at their budget. So I think we need to look at ours too.
Then we do. I would need more time.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And I know somebody just flew in last night. I was out of town for Thanksgiving. Everybody's kind of had a lot going on. So is it reasonable for everybody to come back on the 18th with some ideas? For the board budget, yes. And I'll hand out, don't leave. Go ahead.
Is it on the agenda?
It was on the agenda because we pulled the entire last workshop agenda over. So it was on the agenda.
So it's on there now?
It's on
for the
there now
18th.
for
Okay.
tonight. Ms. Canoyer, go ahead.
There's a whole lot in this board budget that we can't do anything about. The thing that we personally can control is our own travel. We've reduced that and reduced that and reduced that, and we're like at 4,000, I believe, is what we have. And that is pretty much bare minimum to cover the conferences that we go to get our continuing education that we're required to have. So let's just be real careful going through and not throw a monkey wrench in here that's going to damage the ability of the actual department that supports the board. So I'm willing to cut my budget. I don't claim mileage. I don't claim meals when we go to conferences. I just ask that the district pay for my conference fee, but, and that's a struggle for me. As a retired teacher, I'm not making a whole bunch of money, but that's my personal contribution to the district. So be very careful when you're talking about what you can cut, because it may really impact the way we can move.
All right, so everybody good? We'll push that to the 18th, and everybody can do a little bit of homework, and also just become more familiar with what our board budget is and what comes out of ours also. So make sure you get one of these before you leave today. All right, then we're down to section 5, all right? I didn't miss anything? Okay. All right, so now we're going to invite Dr. Gibson on up.
I'm going to just frame up maybe some of the conversation. And the last time I was here, we started a conversation based on what I brought up, and the staff never got a chance to present the CAPA and all of that. So I want to make sure that we don't do that again. So, but I know trustees, some of you know me well enough to know I'm not a CFO, and I'm a retired superintendent, but I want to frame this up just a tick, and because we're going to get to something here in a little bit that this lines up with. And I was superintendent in Crowley ISD, Graham ISD, Crowley ISD, Church-Cibolo, Universal City. So in Crowley and in Church-Cibolo, both had growth, and this is kind of an interesting phenomenon. So both were growing. But when I arrived at each of them, they had over-projected their growth. So in other words, they had said they were going to grow more than they were actually growing and more than they were going to grow. Now, it kind of feels good because we like to say we're growing 1,500 students or we're growing 2,000 students, right? So they had kind of succumbed to the pressure of it felt good to say all that. So I'll never forget the day in both Crowley and in Church when I went to my wife and we were still unpacking boxes in the garage. And, I said, don't unpack everything, like just get essentials out. Because I was having to change the narrative from growth. And by the way, in one of those two districts that will remain nameless, they had misunderstood what the CFO said. And the CFO had laid out a 10-year analysis. Now, I want everybody to follow me on this. A 10-year analysis of what the staffing would be potentially at the end of 10 years on too high of numbers. And the frontline staff or the mid-level managers had misinterpreted that. The staffing number for 10 years away to be the staff that they could hire immediately. Okay, are y'all feeling what okay, that was the district that I said don't unpack everything. Because literally it's, hi, my name is Greg, and we've got to, find $20 million. Okay, fair enough. And so my experience through the superintendent's lens is that, and I'm working real closely with the CFO, one of which at one of the two districts decided to not stay for the journey, and then the other one who stayed for the journey and with me for a dozen years afterwards. Okay, all to say, and Mr. Macias has brought things like this up in the past, and I can appreciate it, that there are strategic decisions or board decisions. We've talked about that in the training, and then there's tactical decisions or admin decisions. He's right. Can't argue with it. It's in the ed code. It's so you can't really argue with it. So there's a line here that we're trying to find, between what the strategic role does, and also in the education code it states that you oversee management, and it says that you adopt the budget. Okay, so most boards and hire superintendent, there's just a handful of things. So adopt the budget. Most boards in the state of Texas, just to make sure you all are aware, not most, but the districts that are trying to operate with best practice are setting what I'm going to call budget parameters, and you're going to see budget parameters tonight. Staff have been working on assumptions and parameters. Now, Dr. Fields and Dr. Davis, I'm going to apologize right now. I'm going to tweak something just a little bit, but not a lot. Your presentation still falls within this. But one way to maybe look at this is that the strategic team, the board, sets these very high-level, broad parameters. I mean, like 1 or 2 or 3 things. And then the tactical team goes and builds assumptions, which you're going to get a chance to look at some tonight, assumptions that line up with these broad assumptions. And well, I made a promise to myself driving down here. This is my 6th meeting today. So I made a promise to just go real slow and not try to throw too much out, because I've had a lot of caffeine and a lot of meetings. But does that make sense? And so the board, and some of the speakers kind of touched on this, you're setting the parameters, and then you're telling the staff or the tactical team or the CFO, as some mentioned, to go build the assumptions in the budget that make sure that we don't cross those parameters. Okay, is that fair enough? And I'm just, in the time that I've spent with y'all in this process, I've heard 2 or 3 parameters that I might give as examples, if that's okay with you. I think there is agreement that we've got approximately 91% of our budget tied up in payroll, and it needs to be closer to 84 or 85%. I think everyone, like there's just, okay, so see, to me, that's a parameter that we're all agreeing to. We've got to build a plan to get from approximately 91% to approximately 85% payroll. Whatever that's just a parameter. Another parameter that I think could be a sticking point, but that should probably be brought up, is the parameter that we are going to, I'm going to say it the way it's in my mind, and it's probably not exactly right, but we're going to maintain individual employee compensation and benefits, at approximately the level that they're at. There's two ways to go at a budget deficit. I know y'all know this. And you can lower compensation. I had to do this in Crowley and in SCUC. I had to explain it the same way. We can leave everybody at the pay that they're at, but that means we have to reduce more FTEs, more full-time equivalents, because we're leaving the pay. Does that make sense? Or we can reduce pay and then have to reduce fewer FTEs. I just want to make sure. I know it's just math. I know it's not even algebra. Well, it could be algebra, but like it's literally, it's fractions maybe. And what I've heard, I think, from the board is, we've made some decisions as a board, whether it was this set of trustees or not, to get that salary to where it is. And if I'm the superintendent and the staff, I need to know if we're holding that number constant, like we're not reducing. I know you're talking about at one point some days on a few, but no, I don't mean that. I mean, there's some tweaks like that, right, Dr. Fields? But I mean, if we're holding that compensation and benefit plan, the staff has to know that in order to be able to say, here's what we have to do in our CAPA or our budget parameter memo in order to, if we're holding that steady, then we've got to have an FTE count over here of potential reductions. So I'm going to put that out there. I'm just going to add, that feels like that's a parameter that I don't think the board disagrees on. So let me ask it this way. Do any board members feel like that number should be reduced, compensation and benefits, in order to help get at the deficit? Maybe that's a fair way to ask it.
Yes, sir, definitely.
I've got it. Maybe I want to clarify, because I feel like we stick compensation in one bucket. We don't look at.
I said I'm not maybe.
Right,
I'm
no,
just saying it the way it's in my
know.
mind.
So I think we have your pay, your hourly pay, whatever's on the comp plan, times your number of days, plus your benefits, plus your stipends equals your compensation, right? So of those 4 things, are all 4 of those protected that we're not changing anything? Or are some of those up for him, depending on what he puts on the plan, right? Like for me, changing somebody's base pay, whether that's their hourly or their daily rates, or changing their benefits, that is not something that I think we should do at this time. That wouldn't be something I'd want to be in favor of. But I don't know if I want to take days or stipends off of his menu of options right now.
We're
that
bringing
make
that,
sense?
we're
Yeah.
bringing that in the
Because I've
option.
seen some of that in the options, so I don't think I want to take that off the menu of options. Does that make
Y'all have already
sense?
brought, okay, so.
And how does, I don't
okay.
know how everybody else feels about
Well, I
it.
think that's good.
Yes.
Other trustees, do.
What do you think?
Let me weigh in. Okay, there we go, it's on record. I think, obviously, I want to minimize any impact to employees. So I certainly want to see what's presented first before we have to make some of these harder decisions. Naturally, when we had our meeting, 91% was disclosed that that's where our payroll dollars are. But it's already hard enough. And the only reason it's that high is because we've made investments since 2021, 22 in retaining employees. We would be going backwards even more if we decided to reduce those points. Now, I'm not sure, we did a serious study on stipends to ensure that we're competitive, so we'd have to be very careful about what we do if we backroll those. And then, of course, days. Days, we need to actually meet, and I've been wanting to do an analysis. How many days do we need to give to be effective, rather than just throwing out days? And once we're able to do that and know that a job can be done in 215 days rather than 220, we reduce it accordingly. But those are our menu options that Dr. Fields will have, and I know that he's going to be making some of those recommendations. But I think clearly that, when we hear from the rest of my colleagues, I think the consensus is in that area.
Well, and Mr. Macias, you bring up a good point. I kind of jumped ahead, thank you. I'm maybe framing up questions that we discuss, you all discuss after you hear the presentation. That's right, I think it's appropriate what you're saying, like we're kind of jumping into it. So, and there's there's one more that I heard, and then there's one more that I think you ought to think about it, and then I'm gonna be quiet and we'll hear the reports. How about that? So I heard during my time here that we, similar to what we were just talking about, teacher to student ratio. I heard that, like that. Does that stay where it is, or does that change? And then I also heard, I lied, I heard two things: safety and security, but in similar, like that does not get impacted. Does that make sense? Like, so it's almost like the board is setting a parameter, like you balance the budget, or whatever term we're going to use. Balance the budget would probably not be the correct term here, but make these budget corrections, but it's some do not touch things. And I'll just tell you, when I was at SCUC and we were doing that first run, they were like, no, Dr. Gibson, you just bring us the plan. And I was like, okay, I hear you, but there's something that's off limits. And this is not my first rodeo, it's my third. So I want to know, well, sure enough, teased it out, and it was the IB program at Clemens. So I'm like, thank goodness that I put that in the budget parameter memo, because that was the thing that made the least amount of economical sense from just a look at it with numbers. Just look at it with numbers. But because we put it on the table, the board put it on the table, it'll help me avoid a misstep. Does that make sense? Because I knew that was a hard line, do not cross. Like, do not cross it. Okay.
I would say, I know you mentioned that stipends are on the list for discussion. I just wonder, because they're not all stipends.
No, ma'am.
It's like specific, only some.
Correct.
And so I would be concerned about the perception of our employees, that some are focused on and some are overlooked or let go. And so are we keeping an eye on that too? I'm concerned about perception.
Well, the perception of all of this is going to be difficult for everybody across the district.
just want to be as
I just
as
want
fair as
I want to be upfront about that as we march out the gate. I would tell you that when we stepped off, we said that we were going to do this with integrity, and we were going to be straightforward, and it was going to make sense. So when you talk about the stipend piece, and I'm going to just stay there for a second, one of the things that we looked at are what stipends could we look at. If you were to hire a person right now in a particular position, they would get a particular stipend, or they would not get a stipend for the position that we hire them in. But for years, we have grandfathered stipends. So in an area where you would, and I'm going to just jump out here in the middle of the street, as a CTC, Campus Test Coordinator, if we were to hire one right now, we're hiring you to be a CTC. We don't give a stipend for that. Previously, we used to give a stipend to be a CTC. Those people are still being grandfathered a stipend. So there's inequity there. You have the people doing the same job, someone's receiving a stipend because they're grandfathered from a way back, and the new person's not receiving a stipend because we hired them to do the job. Our recommendation would be that we stop the grandfather stipend. That way, everybody gets paid equitably to do that job. In addition, there's some other grandfather stipends that we put on the table that used to be paid that aren't being paid now, or that used to be paid at a certain amount, but are being paid now at a lesser amount. But by bringing all those ones that we've examined and looked at together, then we can make a reduction to the deficit to the tune of about $1 million. And we don't feel like that's unfair. Because now everyone will be getting paid the stipend equitably, or will be getting paid, or will not receive the stipend, because no one receives it. They just receive the pay.
Can I jump in on parameters? Only because we had a great, I like the way you explained it to me, so maybe if I explain it, because you talk doctory sometimes. Which is, like, the parameters are things we do or don't want to see from the superintendent, right? Because we don't want him to spend all of his time, come up with a whole plan, and then us say, well, that was one of our non-negotiables, right? Like, we don't want him to come back and be like, oh, we're just going to cut 10% of everybody's hourly wage, right? If we say that, listen, we don't want you to touch wages, we don't want you to touch benefits, we don't want you to increase the teacher-student ratio anymore, so don't bring us any plans that show that. We want to have a police officer on every campus, and we want you to spend no more than 84% of our revenue on money. Everything else you're allowed to bring. It's not saying we want to cut stipends or we want to cut days or we want to do that. We're saying we're not going to limit him from bringing those options.
yeah,
And then these can change, because they can bring us a plan we don't like and we might have to change our parameters.
Right, and some of y'all went through Lone Star governance historically, and it was the constraint. Like it's the same thing, but it's just budget constraints, basically. Same concept as constraint management. And I said 4 a while ago incorrectly, the 5th one, and thank you, that's good. Yeah, the 5th is the fund balance threshold. And I think, Dr. Fields, you've got some like fund balance scenarios, right?
Correct.
And so the board, to me, needs to be able to reach consensus on where's a do not cross line, or is there a do not cross line on fund balance? And I mean, well, and I'm like, that's it. I'm just going to say, though, I'm framing up those 5 things for you to think about, and then just hear the report from the staff.
Because I think we learned in class, I'm sorry, Mr. C.S., that most boards will have a fund balance policy. We haven't gotten there yet. So that's what we're going to start thinking about.
I don't, and I'm not saying it's right, but I asked for this in SCUC, so I'm not saying it's right or wrong. But I mean, I was told unequivocally on my first set of budget parameters in SCUC that I sought it out. The day you pass a deficit budget in SCUC is the day you resign. Okay, I mean, that's hard, but at least I know where I know where I stand. And so for 12 years, we passed a balanced budget, and there were years that was done. And I know everybody thinks short, so below, fast growth, all that. What y'all don't realize, Paige has got it easy now, and I hope she's watching. All the commercial growth that came, right? When I was there, it was just rooftops, and for every $200,000 home, we were getting 1.75 kids. So our wealth per kid never went up. And so we were, every year, it just felt like tighter. And so I know, I'm not trying to say, I'm just saying that I lived that for those 12 years. It wasn't like it was easy to do a balanced budget every year. It was not. There were challenges every single year. Okay, I'm going to stop.
Sorry, no, I'm going back over to Mr. Macias.
Yep.
Microphone's yours, sir.
Yes, I just want to say if there was a parameter, I don't want administration to exert any energy, and I'll backtrack. I'll say it and then I'll backtrack, on trying to cut $35 million at one time. And that to me would be an exercise that so many things will change next year when we have to talk about this again, that it's premature to even say what that would look like. And now for the community, there was a comment made by Mr. Willis that I think was relevant, about rolling our sleeves up. I'm not typically supportive of the board meeting in silos, but the board did meet in silos with Dr. Gibson and the administration to talk, and this wasn't just an hour meeting, it was a pretty lengthy, 3-hour meeting where we went through things.
Well, maybe it was 3-3-hour meetings from.
Yeah, for you, you had times, yeah, much more. But the idea is that we would have these meetings in public, but that's a 9-hour, that's just a lot of meetings. It would have been a lot more, it would have been a 5-hour meeting per se.
Yeah.
So we had our initial conversation during that where we talked about the 91% employee payroll expenditures. But so I want people to know that work is happening. And again, I don't like having separate meetings. My preference is that we meet as a board and we have these discussions here.
Mr. Macias, you said that day also,
I
which
did.
helped me understand.
That is how we should be doing it, in my mind.
Yep.
But my mind, don't bring me 30 million in cuts or 35 million in cuts. In that meeting, there was recommendations that administration will bring that shows sort of distribution of what they're, not distribution, a cut budget for this year and next year that I think is viable. We want to minimize, because I've reminded administration, at the end of the day, we still have a job to do. We still have to ensure that we are making academic progress. And if we keep cutting, it's going to make that job harder for our teachers and for our staff to get that job done. So minimizing cuts on the front end and then looking at opportunities to still increase revenue as we go forward.
May I propose something? And I would like y'all to think about this. I really have given this a lot of thought in the last few days, and I hear what you're saying, Mr. Macias, and I understand it. One way to think about that from a different perspective is to just set a do not cross line on fund balance.
I had 2 more points, and one was going to be the fund balance. But
Okay,
I'll let you, I'll let you finish.
so I'm just using.
Sure.
You're like, don't do it all at once. Well, if you've set, if the board has agreed to a do not cross line, like wherever that is, then you've given the staff the opportunity, if changes happen to the positive or whatever, they just know they've got this do not cross line on fund balance. Does that make sense? So as long as they know what the do not cross line is and the board has set that as a parameter, then you can almost release some of the assumptions. Fair enough. Although some of them you need, like if you set other student-teacher ratio or things like that, we're okay.
Well, and that works only if there was no emphasis to bring the whole menu of cuts, right? If somebody's saying, hey, I want to see 30 million in cuts, doesn't matter what the fund balance is, they still want to, just like the Texas Public Radio article that came out, it caused a lot of anxiety for a draft that hadn't even been presented to us.
Right.
Imagine if that draft
That won't be presented.
that won't even be presented. But imagine if we had 30 million in cuts presented, things will change. So let's not cause more anxiety in our community until we've gone through the process. So yes, we can get there on the other way too, but I see that as a backdoor rather than just being really upfront.
Right.
Don't bring me 30 million in cuts. Let's talk about how we can do this going into a 2-year thing. My last point was that, Dr. Fields, as soon as we know, we should alert our community of those cuts. To Mr. Willis's point too, we want our employees to know what that adjustment is going to look like immediately so that we can get that done. So just putting it out there for the sake of addressing that question, when would you expect us to have some answers for employees? By January, by December, when?
We would like to, we would definitely like to be having these conversations in January. We'd love to be able to get to the bottom of an agreement on what we're going to present tonight. I think it's important to There's so many things that were said, and I'm going to have to start driving a little bit. First, we talk about setting a parameter for a deficit. We can't do that if we don't have the agreement of the board. We've come to the board with recommendations, and then the board has come back in the past and said, give everyone a 6% raise. But then you can't turn around and say, don't go over or don't have a deficit budget, because that means we got to go back and cut. We can't do that. So we have to be working in tandem. And we have to make an agreement that once we make a decision, we got to stick with that. But we'll be in the middle of a budget cycle, and the board will bring something and say, hey, we want to increase these salaries as well. That doesn't work if we're trying to put something together. I would tell you that going forward, we're going to make some recommendations for, and then the verbiage, we're saying cut. I'd like to say reductions. We've sat and discussed and had some really hard conversations amongst ourselves as a cabinet. And we've tried to reduce in ways that we feel like we can still be efficient. But we don't want to come in and do too much and then break the system. So we're saying this is what we feel like the system can tolerate as we go forward, and you'll see there will be a considerable amount of reductions that we're able to make this year. But we don't want to set an unrealistic goal to go from 90% of a salary, payroll salary, down to 84% when we know that we increased that payroll salary over the course of the last 5 or 6 years by $35 million. That's not more people. That's paying the same people $35 million more. So we want to do this in a respectful, integral way where we still don't break the system, and we can move people into other positions so we don't lose a lot of people. We feel like through attrition and what we have set up, that most people won't have to worry about losing a job. They might not be doing the same thing that they're doing now, but they won't be losing their job. So we're ready to go.
I'm still confused on fund balance because I'm hearing a lot of conflicting things coming out of this. So, because we've got some days on here, I'm not sure if these are calculated right because this should be our current budget divided by 365 days. So I think these numbers of days are a little high.
Revenue assumption number 7, we were going to say it's printed 63.4, it's 58.7. I'm sorry, am I
No, yes,
speaking?
we're on.
Okay,
But first, we have to
I'm
explain.
sorry, 58.7 days?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a little closer to my math, thank you. That's what I'm like,
Yeah.
I was trying to calculate.
On 25, 26.
Do we want to
On
jump into the
revenue-
parameters first? Because I'd like to give a precursor for everybody watching to know what we're getting ready to talk about.
Yes.
and
Well,
then how
I
we're gonna-
guess my bigger question for my colleagues has to do with fund balance, because I know the new board members haven't sat through one of our, I don't think you've been through a first report. We're doing that next month, right? So next month, or next week is going to be the first time you're going to see a first report
57.
up on there, and there are 20 criteria that go into the first report. And a number of those, 2 for sure, and then ancillarily, that's not even a word. There's also some other ones that affect your fund balance. And if you go below 75 days, you take a hit on your first rating. Probably take us down to a C if we go below 75. If you go below 60, it's probably dumping you to an F. And only about 15 school districts in the entire state of Texas get an F on their first rating, right? It's not like, somebody took a bad Unit 3 science test, right, and a bunch of kids failed it. Like, very rare for a school district to get an F rating on their first ratings. So I guess in my mind, going below that 75 threshold is extremely not responsible with the taxpayers' money, right? That's what TEA has kind of set as the floor and the standard, and you read everything from school. They prefer 90, but they'll take 75. I'm not comfortable with any plan that takes us below that 75 days of fund balance, because when that first report comes out 2 years from now, and some of us may or may not be here, that is going to have long-lasting impacts on this district. It's going to affect their bond rating. It's going to affect all these other people who financially rate you. Like, it's going to trickle, it like diffuses out to all the financial systems if you dropped your fund balance. And I guess, does Mo Casey ever recommend to a district that they go below 75? Or below
No one's
60?
going to recommend that you go below 75, but no one's going to say that the wheels are literally coming off the wagon and the sky is falling if you do. We're not trying to go below 75. With the recommended cuts that we have coming up for next year, those would take us down to about 57 days at the end of June 2027. And the financial report is always on the last year. So the financial report that we receive this year, and the first rating will be in our next board meeting, I believe. There's a hearing on it?
Yes.
It will be on last year's, and last year we're at 86 million, which is well above where we need to be, so we're fine. And then going into next year, we'll be on this year, and we should be good to go, because we won't be under.
Just to be clear, there is a year in the future that wherever it goes is evaluated.
There you go, but for now,
It may be
it's
3 years out, is what you're saying, or it may be 4 years out.
Right.
But there's some year that if it goes below a certain amount.
Yeah, because I don't care about 2
But it's
years,
not
I
an
care about
F.
the district for the next 10
But it's not an F.
Why I guess that's one of the things I would want to know
There's a
is,
ceiling on it with points. It
I'm
actually
not
will
saying
be
that there's not a
enough.
ceiling, but we've been talking to the last CFO and we talked to the auditor that they say we would receive an F if we went below
No, and I'm actually looking at the
the criteria.
criteria number 6 says if the school district fails indicator 6, the maximum points and highest rating that the school district may receive is an 89. Criteria 6 says, was the average change in assigned and unassigned fund balance over 3 years less than a 25% decrease, or did the current year assigned and unassigned fund balance exceed 75 days of the operational expenditures? You can see that we are indicating our parameter 77.7 days.
In June of
In
2026.
June of 2026. If we do nothing, but we do have an additional efficiencies beyond what we wrote in the CAPA that I know you're going to discuss,
Correct.
then we would end at 58.7. That would be indicator, help me find that indicator. Indicator 9. And indicator 9 does not state that there would be a reduction in the rating.
In-
Am I-
Well, you lose all of the points, and then you're going to lose points on 8 also, because that's in the numerator denominator of 8. Like, it
Which one
impacts
now?
like 8, your current assets, liabilities to cover. I'm saying, there's 2 specifically address fund balance, but your fund balance is in the mathematical equation
But it
of a
does not
number of those
indicate
criteria. So, like, we already lose 6 points on our first rating, right? Now, if you start losing 4 points over here and 7 over here, that's what brings you down.
But you just spoke in a lot of suppositions, and I'm speaking to you with what the actual rating criteria.
I do, I have them right in front of me,
Yeah,
Ms.
but are
Davis,
they?
and we've talked
she's-
about it a lot.
She's questioning the F.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Where does
questioning
it-
the
how do you
F.
get to
How
F?
did you get?
You lose
to it?
10 points here, you lose 4 points here, you
Okay, she's
lose,
just
you
adding
started in
if you lost.
89. Like, the numbers just keep going down through all of these criteria. It's not just 6 and 9. You
But-
start losing points everywhere.
But
I
I
don't
want to,
see us losing points.
please allow me to get us back on track.
All right, I guess
We're
you
here
think we're gonna be
tonight
an
to
A.
set budget parameters, but. Ms.
Correct.
Ryan-
Well, so what I'm saying, the reason I'm having this whole discussion, Dr. Fields, is what the board is willing to accept. Because the plan, you're doing this in 2 phases of 2 years, like you and Mr. Macias are advocating for. The board needs to understand that comes with a risk, and that risk is going to involve this district dropping to below 60 days of fund balance.
Well,
And if that's a
is
risk
that
that the
true?
majority want to, yeah, you
that-
said it's
is-
58.7.
57, 58.
Okay.
Right? And so that has to be a risk that the majority, at least 4 of these board members, are willing to go below 60 days, and what that's going to mean for financial, for this district 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 10 years from now, because we're not thinking about our own terms, right? We got to think long-term on what that means
Well,
for our
that
district.
lowest dip, my point is that lowest dip will be your first rating a year later.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay. So whenever that lowest dip is, a year later, all that math starts on the
Correct.
formulas and everything.
But how long do we stay there? So we dip, and how long do we stay at that dip?
If you get it
We-
going right back up.
We would get it going right
Yeah,
back
if you
up
get it
after.
going right back up.
It would only go back up with a better than balanced budget.
Right. And
Because
that's
we'd have
what
to
we're-
put money back
Right.
into fund balance then, so we'd have to do
But
even
if
more
we could
cuts the
get, if we
following
could
year to
really
build
get
it back.
into the
Yeah.
process,
I
we could
think, I
speak.
agree. I think it's that we've got the CAPAs here. and
Well, I appreciate Dr. Field's ambition to get into the process, but I do want to talk a little bit about fund
Yes.
balance. Obviously, I'm very familiar with the first rating, and I know what that means.
Yes.
I will tell you, the strategy is we're not going to be going for a bond anytime soon. We have no new schools coming. We potentially may have an infrastructure improvement bond that we can put out in 4 to 5 years. So right now, the thing is, if we're worried about the financial rating, but yet our academic rating keeps falling, the community is going to hold us accountable too. So I want to maintain operations to a degree that we can get our accountability ratings higher, because the district will support if we're a B district and if we're doing things that we need to do to support our employees. We're bickering about fund balance, keeping it at, for who? For the bankers, so they can be happy with what we look like. Meanwhile, academically, we're not making our mark. So I don't want to place so much emphasis on that, because strategically, we'll build back up. And I believe that. And if we're dipping only 3 million right now from the 60 million, I mean, that is a worthy risk to ensure that we're still supporting our students.
I think we meant 3, like, days. We're going down to.
57 days, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, that's what I mean. If it's 57 days rather than 60 days in our fund balance, that is still healthy enough for us to sustain operations.
You bring up a good point, Mr. Macias, but I understand Ms. Ryan's concerns. I understand when you're saying we're building the plane as we taxi down the runway. You are absolutely correct. We have to get the finances better, but we also have to maintain our scores, and we're aware of that. So what we're bringing tonight, we feel like allows us to be able to get that done without breaking the system. But we also understand the need to make sure that we don't dip too low. I just don't want to put a scare tactic or draw a line and say, if you go below this, then it's all over. I feel like the plan that we have that we're going to get ready to put forward tonight shows that we've made some Herculean recommendations towards getting to where we need to be. Hopefully mine. All right, thank you so much. So would you want to start with the CAPAs, or do you want to start with the budget parameters? Or did you want to go through your staff? No?
We're never going to get to your stuff.
Understood.
This one time before, we never got to the CAPAs.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate you being here. We will refer to some of the stuff in your report, though, as we move forward, because just like we had just said about the increases, we can show that. All right. So as we move forward, I think it's best that we go over the budget parameters and then go into the CAPAs. So to your point, the budget parameters simply say kind of where we are now, where we plan to be for 26, 27, and then to give the board an idea of how we're going to move forward from there. So we're going to helicopter up, look at some of the things that we've taken into account as we move forward on where we should be. And then we're going to end with some of those assumptions and kind of get a consensus from the board on where you think we are on class size, benefits, payroll, stuff like that. So, Ms. Davis, Ms. Martinez?
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to have this discussion. In our budget parameters, based on the guidance that we received, we are showing you a 25-26, which is the school year that we're in, and we listed some assumptions. Those assumptions have to do with revenue, with our ADA, our weighted ADA, and our fund balance, and we compare that with 26-27. We've been working with Moat Casey, who not only is working with us to work on staffing analysis, but they're also normally work with us to help us with our summary of finance projections for next year, specifically with the revenue.
Just to, I want to make sure the board knows, like, that contract has existed and will
Or they're
continue to
gonna find out.
exist. It's just part of, it's just
Yes.
like y'all just, and
that's a
Casey just
separate
runs your
service.
numbers, right? It's a
Correct.
separate service.
Correct. And so in 25, 26, we have our revenue projected, I'm going to break it down into two components, 247.9 million. That includes additional local funds, a new instructional facility allotment as we opened up 2 new schools this year, the TRS on behalf, and additional federal funding. Now, with that, if we add a one-time revenue from our property value study audit and expected increase from TRA, based on our number of teachers who qualify that, we're looking at a revenue this year of 250.8 million. And we'll be bringing an amendment for that in December's board meeting. For next year, we do see a reduction in our revenue, and that is a projected revenue of 236.4 million. That includes a projected decrease due to enrollment, our earned interest from investments, and possible compressed M&O tax rate.
So that expectation on the decreased enrollment comes from our demographer
Yes,
saying that.
about 300
Right, that
students.
we should go down about 300 students.
And that's using the most conservative number from our demographer to plan accordingly.
Yes, ma'am.
We do have in 25, 26, the year we're in, a one-time revenue that we've received, 1.75 million, so that adds to our revenue, and we are not projecting any property value study audits, although we actually do one per year. We're, again, trying to be conservative with our revenue. If we receive it, that's great. If we don't, then we didn't plan for it. Students enrolled currently, 22,663 as of our snapshot. The expected decrease for next year is 22,325, a decrease of 338 students, again, from our demographer. Regular ADA, this year, revenue assumption number 4, 20,444. Compared to next year, our ADA is 19,000, projected to be 19,869. Is there anything I'm missing? Please feel free to. Yes, okay, thank you. Weighted average daily attendance is 30,809 this year. For people who ask, what does that mean? It is an adjusted count that considers specific student and district characteristics. So our students in certain special populations receive a certain weighted average, which means additional funding, such as students who receive special education services, students who receive bilingual services, homebound, CTE, dyslexia, all of those students receive a different weighting and different funding. That's weighted ADA. For this year, it's 30,809 because of our expected enrollment decrease next year. That is averaged at 29,627. Our fund balance. Currently, our fund balance that has just been audited, the board received the audit report in this last board meeting. That's at 86.5 million. For next year, we are projecting that at 53.5 million, which is a projected 77.7 days. For revenue number 7, also related to fund balance, the Judson ISD fund balance at the end of this school year will be 53.5 million based on revenue over expenses. For actuals. For next year, we have our Judson ISD fund balance on June 30th, 2027 will be 38.5 million, which is 58.7.
Can I ask just one brief question on
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
What number do you use as our daily expenses? My numbers are still off. Like, this comes to only 688,000, but based on our current budget and expenses, we spend about 750,000 a day in Judson. So, and if you don't have it, following up is fine. too.
That's okay.
Sorry.
So you're asking what our actuals expenditures will be for 25, 26?
Yeah, like, how did you come up with 77 days? You took 53.5 million divided by something.
Okay, so we got, with the reduction of 16.7 million from forecast of expenditures, it brought it down to 251.3 million. Divide that into 365 days, you get $688,493 a day. Then you divide that number into our projected fund balance of 53.5 million. So that comes out to about 77, 78 days.
Okay, so this year's expenses are now, we're getting a budget, that's going down to 251.3 this year?
No,
Or that's
we're looking at the
next year.
projection for the expenditures for the following
next
year.
year.
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, sorry. So then our last revenue assumption that we are bringing to you today is that, and maybe that would have been a parameter. Judson ISD will operate with no more than 5 middle schools and no more than 18 elementary schools in 26-27, which would be a parameter for consideration as part of our reduction. I apologize, it's an assumption.
No pressure.
Well, that's a good example. That's a good example.
Yes. So keeping everything in mind, that
Yes.
would be a parameter. So we'll just move that one to the
But
bottom.
let's not just put it out there. Mr. Brooks, can you explain how we got to that recommendation, please?
So our demographer, as we've heard, had projections of us losing about 300 students. And so our utilization for our campuses for middle schools we're showing enrollment declining. And so based on that, we've looked at all 6 of our, not just our middle schools, but also our elementary schools. And so the utilization percentages for our campuses, some of those campuses have decreased, and so we felt the need, and our demographer made a recommendation that we look at that and possible consolidation of campuses in order to combat the decline in students.
And that would be, when they looked at it, I know that we had made a conscious decision to look at middle school for this year and see if we could keep the numbers low. But in our situation where we need to decrease and reduce our deficit amount, it's the recommendation to make. We would need to go down at least 1 school at the middle school level and possibly 2 schools
Two
at
for
the elementary school
Yes, sir.
level. So as he walks through in the growth and planning meeting, they're guiding them through that process of how we come to which recommendation they'll come back and make. And we're using criteria such as
Student enrollment, utility cost, priorities as far as the facility assessment that we just got, how much it's going to cost to bring campuses upgraded, future enrollment as far as homes that are being built throughout the district, capacities, what's some others?
age of the facility,
Age of the facility.
transportation.
Yes, distance from one school to another, and you know, whenever we do consolidate schools, how far it's going to take us to get, you know, students to the next or the closest school. So several different factors that we'll be looking at when we do our growth and planning meeting on this Thursday.
And then we'll have the 40 people who were elected to be on that committee be the ones that come back and then present to the board to say, hey, this is what our recommendation is based on having looked at all of these different.
And just want to reiterate that we do have representatives from each campus as voting members on the committee for this Thursday. So even though others, and I know there was a question about the makeup of committees, the meeting itself is open, but we do have designated voting members for the committee who will be voting, you know, to identify the campuses that we will recommend for consolidation.
So next is the.
Can I?
Go ahead. Sorry. Yes,
speak,
ma'am.
please? While we're on this topic, I have something that I want to share with the rest of my colleagues that disturbed me. Last Friday, there was an invitation to go to Franz Elementary for a show and tell for the SAISD fellows, and I was there and Ms. Ryan was there. At the end of the whole proceeding, I was speaking with one of the admins, and Ms. Ryan came up and said, asked the 2 administrators for a few moments of their time. And they waived me to come back with them. When we got to the conference room, Ms. Ryan said, no, this is personal and you don't need to be in here. And I was uncomfortable with that, but I left. I was contacted over the weekend by one of the administrators who was very upset about that meeting that lasted for an hour and a half. And what was proposed, or the way that Ms. Ryan directed them to come up with a plan so that their school wouldn't close. Or she said, there are these 6 schools along this corridor, and we got to do something here, so what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And they felt like they were being bullied and being forced into coming up with a plan to make sure that their school stayed open. She said things like, we could move the program, this bilingual program from Crestview over to Selma, and then we can move students from Millers Point over to Crestview and to Franz, and we could do all this and all. And they were really uncomfortable. She said things like that she really wanted all 6 of those principals to get in a room and duke it out, come up with a plan for what to do. This is not our procedure. This is not how we handle things. The procedure is that the Growth and Planning Committee is going to come up with the opportunities and the changes that need to be made. So I'm really, really, really disturbed that our board president is going out and talking to administrators the way that she did. This is not appropriate. It's an overstep, and I wonder how many other people in the community she's talking to about this that are coming to the Growth and Planning that may skew what the actual Growth and Planning Committee is going to come up with, because they've heard it from her and they think the board president's the one directing this, when it's not the board directing it. You were wrong. You should not have done that. And that was inappropriate. You overstepped completely.
Yeah, and you are welcome to actually get the true story from me. My cell phone actually works, so if you call it, adults can have a conversation.
I don't need to have a conversation
Other
with,
side
I'm
of that
speaking.
story, Ms. Knoyer. I'm just letting you know, you could have called me, but if this
I
is
didn't
how
need
you
to call
want to
you.
do things.
I didn't
the
need to
public
call you
sees that,
because I
ma'am.
trusted
So-
what I was told.
Okay,
And I
if we could-
understand how you
Awesome.
act.
If we can get back onto agenda, thank you.
That is part of the agenda when we're talking about the growth and
Right,
planning
no,
and the committee. You cannot continue to go around
Right.
and tell
Everybody
people
knows
how
what
to
this
do
is about,
this.
Ms. Knoyer.
And so, you guys, this is how she acts. This is what she does. This is the overstepping that I've spoken about. This is not appropriate for the board president to go in and develop a plan when it should be coming from growth and planning.
Yes, ma'am, you are saying things that you have no factual knowledge of. So we will move on because you cannot make allegations in public that you are not present for. So back to this.
I can bring those
did have
people
a-
in, they'd be happy to talk about it. And I think one of them
And
even
I'm
sent an email.
Welcome to a meeting. Actually, Dr. Fields already talked about the meeting that I had with him. He was already aware of this, so we talked right after that meeting. But anyway, the growth and planning, what the demographer recommended was 1 to 2 middle schools and 3 to 5 was what we possibly
we're
could. But, let me finish.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But this is the conservative, what we can do without breaking the system.
Correct.
Okay. See,
Yes,
let me
ma'am.
finish. No,
ma'am.
everything is
That's
said,
it.
right? This is the conservative, so people don't think we're going all the way, right? Like this is the reasonable middle plan that gets us at
Correct.
least a good way without doing too much all at once. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
It is.
Okay,
It is.
all
it
right.
is.
I just
would-
wanted to, didn't want anybody to think we were taking the extreme path, because we're not.
No.
We're taking the more
The
conservative
recommendation
path
was
right now
that-
is what is listed.
No, ma'am. The recommendation was that we could possibly close more than 2 elementaries, but we feel like this is something that can be done without breaking the system. So that's the one that we'll be recommending as an administration, 1 middle school, 2 elementaries, and Mr. Brooks is going through the process. I thought that was me. I hope that we do give the committee, though, the opportunity to come up with the recommendation on their own. Next is going to be the expense parameters that we'll go into.
Yes, sir. So, just again.
Excuse me, Ms. Davis, I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you, Ms. Knoyer, for your remarks. And obviously, I hope that no one on the board is going to schools and saying things. But it is important because this forum, people watch, they pay attention. The board member, individual, any of us, don't have that type of authority to go and say things. We should have let the process play out, regardless of what happened. I believe Ms. Knoyer. But the bottom line is, if the conversation is being had, why? And you don't have to answer that because this is not the forum for it. But bottom line is, for my colleagues, we really should just watch how we're proceeding. And Dr. Fields will talk privately, but I do want to know if you were aware and when you were aware of this. This will be off record. But
Understood. Yes, sir.
all right, let's move on.
So parameter number one, we have an expense parameter this year. Judson ISD's revised general fund budget for payroll was $231 million, including the benefits and the vacancies. When we came back and we revised it to add the TRA and everything, that's what it was. I'm going to jump to parameter number two in this same year. Currently, projected general fund payroll is forecasting $225 million in payroll and benefits, vacancies not included. That's 90% of the total revenue. Now, let's jump to the following year. Parameter number one, Judson ISD general fund budget for payroll will be $225, including benefits and vacancies, although there really shouldn't be that many vacancies. Judson ISD will spend 84% of the projected revenue, $198 million, in payroll within 2 years. We do want to have that, we did have that conversation in small groups that we would try to reach the CAPA and the financial solvency within 2 years. To get to 84%, this means that we would cut 11.8 million additional from that payroll next school year. Parameter number two, the second number two, a projection of 43 million in non-payroll will be spent on fiscal year 25-26. Next year, Judson ISD will spend up to 37.8 million in general fund non-payroll. We will need to cut about 3.7 million in that area. Parameter number four, 9 million in a one-time non-routine expense for 2026 calendar year for self-funded health insurance, remaining claims runout, and administrative fees. Judson ISD will assume that an average salary is $66,685 based on our FTE salary report, and using the base average salary, Judson ISD will need to eliminate.
The one for me?
Okay. Approximately 500 positions using the base salary. I do want to say that could be anywhere between plus or minus 75 because of that base salary. And for this year, we are not, parameter number five, Judson ISD will not withdraw more than the projected deficit from the fund balance, which is, that number does need to be updated in our CAPA. You can see that we're coming with a 40 million, and we'll talk about why. So on parameter number five, I would update that to 40 million. And then, again, this is a draft. We really weren't expecting to come here with it complete. These are things that you need to talk about, but these are ideas that we are proposing for you tonight. Then other additional things that you would need to consider that Dr. Greg Gibson just talked about, considerations for class size, for safety, for benefits.
If we could just get a look, a consensus. We're not asking for a vote. We're just trying to get a consensus for, is class size something that we're really not trying to see go up across the district? Got it. And then,
I'll reiterate what Ms. Lee just whispered off mic, that she would like to keep it that way.
Like, I don't,
We're at, right now we are at, just so everybody remembers,
didn't
we're
we
at,
increase it this year already?
correct, we're at 23, 25, 27, but asterisks, because of TEA, the DNF rated elementaries, fourth grade and below, are down to 22. Did I state that correct? I'm looking over at Dr. Saunders or Dr. Toppin.
no, ma'am.
Or
No, ma'am.
Dr. Taganar, or
We
anybody.
staffed at 23. We do not put 22 kids in the class on a routine.
Correct.
If
Those
it
are the
goes
ratios
over,
we
That's just
gave
what we
you.
staff at.
Correct.
But we're talking about the number of kids in the classroom right now. We're not talking about what we staff at. Does that make sense?
Where are we on the kids in the classroom right now?
On the kids in the classroom, we sometimes go up one or two more in each class, and we'll ask for a waiver from that, from the state. That's not uncommon. If you have 2 or 3 classes that have 2 more students in them, you can either go out and try and hire another teacher for those extra 2 students, or you can ask for a waiver to have an extra one in the class. I would tell you that we have some campuses that are struggling, And those waivers aren't going to be approved if we're trying to go over in those classes. So especially at the classes that we're trying to get better, at the campuses we're trying to get better in, we would not look to increase class sizes. When you go up in class size, that's usually something you find more at the middle school or high school level, not at the elementary, because there's rules for K through 4. That kind of loosens up at 5th grade. But what we were saying is in staffing and in allowing kids in the classroom, would that be something that we would want to see go higher? But I'm getting the consensus from the looks around the table, from everybody I make eye contact with, that that's not something that the board would consider in an effort to decrease the need for teaching FTEs at the campus by increasing class sizes. So we can.
Well, obviously, that is certainly something I can agree with, but I'll say, however, there's going to be future discussions.
Yes, sir.
And so it's obviously not off the table, but it's nothing that I would want to see now. But the other part of it is I feel that there's a management opportunity for you to take input from teachers now on what makes them more successful. Because regardless, when we walk out of here and we've cut or had reductions, as you said, staff is going to be less supported. There's going to be vacancies now. Which means teachers are going to have to do even more, and across the board, everyone is.
Yes, sir.
And so I think looking for those things that can help support our teachers, because getting back to conversations that we've had on this board about student discipline.
Yes, sir.
And addressing the student that has behavioral issues, that we're giving them support, we're also supporting the teacher. Just see all these other dominoes falling in that situation, and we need to address that. So I just wanted to
Thank you.
just say that. And just, Ms. Ryan, our legal counsel is here. I thought I would just mention if you wanted to address them or not yet. They got here at 7.
Oh, correct. They weren't sure how long this was going to take, so
Well, it'll be a while. Okay.
hopefully not too much longer. We'll keep rolling.
It'll
So I
be a
think-
while. We haven't
so
even
are we
gotten to the
hearing we're
campus. If you
nothing,
guys wanna
nobody
break
wants
and
to
go
up
close.
classroom ratios? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Laura.
so why don't we set a maximum or a limit, like we're not willing to go over X?
We have that. So that's what is currently 23, 25, 27 is the guidance we've given him on, we don't want you to go over 23, 25, 27. We set classroom ratios
Does
last
that
year.
include, didn't we agree to go 1 over? And was it 1 over this, or this includes the 1 over?
We agreed to staff that way. I want to be clear. I know it seems small to you guys, but it's a big deal to us. We never said that we were going to put 23 kids in every elementary class. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some, because I can feel Miss McKinney staring at me. There are some classes that have more than 22 students in them, but that's not something that we strive to do. We try and keep them all at 22 or less.
22?
22 or less. That's the law.
So what's this 23 then?
That's what we said we were going to staff at. So I want to explain. When we sit down, we look at the demographer report, and he says, hey, you're going to have this many kindergartners, this many first graders, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Then we divide those students up, and then we give FTEs to the campus based on what we project are going to be the students at that campus. We used to do that at 21-to-1. What that meant was we knew that we were going to have less kids in those classes than what we had teachers for, because we staffed to have more teachers there. Then we moved that up to 23-to-1 over the course of years to get it tighter. Because oftentimes we'll project for the students to come, the students will register to come, but then they don't show up. And we know in a declining environment, if we staff at 21-to-1 or 22-to-1, we're going to have more FTE teachers there than what we actually need. So that was just a staffing issue. But when it comes to teaching kids in a class, we try and keep that at 22-to-1 because that's the law. In elementary, I apologize. But in middle school and high school, those numbers go up. So I thank you so much. We get that one. In terms of security, we understand that we don't probably want to see a decrease or the sharing. We're trying to recruit as quickly as we can for the police department, but it's difficult because they got to be certified. But we understand that we're trying to move towards that, and we don't want to go back to decreasing the amount of police.
I have a question. then.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the bunch of slides where it showed where we're over or under, or, I think we got that from you?
You got 3 of them. So we
that
would
one has the
only,
lines and.
yeah,
we're
we would
over.
only stick with the last one. So the other 2, just ignore.
So I just made a list of every area that we're over.
Yes, ma'am. And police was.
And there was one called Support Services Security. So what was that?
Support services security?
Security.
Was that the police department or was that Frank?
Because there's like 36 of them, right? There were like 36 of them or something, Laura. So I assume that was police officers, I believe, are in that category.
Because we have more police officers than campuses.
Yes.
Because
So
we've
but
doubled up at the secondary
Because I
level.
thought we were shy. We don't have a,
So the averages are not going to count if they're contracted out. So Church Cibolo is one of the comparables, and they contract their school police officers out to the city of Cibolo Police Department. I happen to know that one.
Correct.
So some of those comparables won't work because it won't account if that district is contracting those positions out, like police officers.
that doesn't count in,
What she's
Correct. So
saying,
Church Cibolo has less police
Let me-
officers.
what
Go ahead,
she's
Dr.
saying is
Fields.
if you take that group of peers that we had and you say, hey, how many police officers do you guys have in comparison to the other schools in this peer group? What Ms. Ryan's saying is one of the schools, the districts that they're comparing, they don't have any police officers because they contract them all out. So to compare us to them and say, you guys have too many, well, they don't have any because they contract them all out to the city. So that can make us look a little bit larger. But what you'll find is that the number of police officers that we have allotted for and the number of campuses that we have, we're pretty on track. And
we're a little short.
No, we have more police officers than we have campuses, but we double up at the high school. And we make sure that there's one there all day at all of the middle schools. And then if we're short in an area, we may share police officers with one elementary in close proximity so they can manage both.
I think she's asking, do we still have a couple of vacancies?
Yes,
Because I think we do, right? And
Well, I
that's
was
what you were trying to figure out? Okay.
So I was
Yes.
confused that it came out on the we're over.
Well,
But you're saying
so
we're
let me-
only over in comparison to,
On the comparisons, I think y'all's comparison group, she had like 2 smaller than you and 3 larger than you, or 1 like nearly the same size. It's really, and your staff did the right thing because it lets you learn. And by and large, the last run that we did, there's some auxiliary positions and there's some things that did not surprise y'all.
Correct. And we're going to get to those.
Y'all
in the capital
you're going to
part,
get to those in the CAPA. But it's then your staff did something that's a recommendation. When they see an anomaly, they pick up the phone and they call to what Ms. Ryan said, and they say, no, we outsource. Okay, never mind. Forget that one. So it's just trying to get you to some averages, basically.
so anyway, we're not over.
yes. No, ma'am.
Okay.
And then on benefits, we wouldn't want to, yes, ma'am.
Just, we are keeping the number of police officers where they're at. That's the parameter. But there is something on the CAPA where we are talking about reduction of days.
Correct.
Okay. I just
Correct,
want to
correct.
make that separation.
Because it's during the summertime, and we're gonna talk about that. But those will be days, not necessarily
Officers.
FTEs or the
Position.
the position. Thank you so much. And then benefits. What we're asking here is, would we want to put more onus on our, employees to pay for the benefits versus the district taking on that responsibility more than we have? And this was an area that we felt like the board would probably not want to explore either in ways to decrease the cost to the district. Am I correct? Got it. Next is the base pay. And basically what we were saying on that benefits one is that we pay a portion, the employee pays a portion, we try and take on the lion's share of that portion and not put that on the employee. But if we were to shift some of that to the employee, then that would be less that we would have to pay. But we didn't think that that was a place where the board would try and want to make up the deficit. So next is base pay. And what I heard earlier was that for now, we wouldn't want to see a decrease in anyone's base pay. When it comes to days, that's something that we're going to be recommending. When it comes to stipends, that's something that we're going to be recommending in certain areas. But when it comes to employee days, that's not their base pay. So I guess we're looking for just a look from the board or consensus on whether or not we could explore looking at any particular group pay grade and then decreasing their pay in that pay grade if that's something the board would want us to do or to consider.
Wasn't that in the CAPA? Didn't you recommend some reduction of days?
Days we're going to
And
bring, but
correcting
we're
the
not talking about reduction of days now. We're talking about reduction in pay grades.
In salary.
In salary.
Reducing the base salary.
Oh, we're still on base pay.
Because earlier, the question was asked, would this be one of the areas that we would be willing to look at in terms of a way to decrease the responsibility on the district? So I'm asking the board, and it sounded like I heard earlier that they didn't want to see that, but if that's something that they think that we can explore, then I'd like to hear from the board.
But didn't you guys just really work hard for it to?
Yes, ma'am.
But before we came in, you guys really worked hard for it to have that base pay across the district, you know.
Equitable to our surrounding districts?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So,
I am not seeing anyone around the table who wants to decrease base pay. Going, gone, there.
Understood.
Move on. You move.
Understood. Yes, sir.
I do have just one question. You had mentioned earlier about probably recommending that we don't grandfather stipends, that we start looking at that for equity.
She's going to bring that up in just a second. Yes, sir.
But I'm also thinking, we have also, we froze salaries.
Yes, sir.
For some that we consider that were high.
Yes, sir.
So I would say if we consider options, we revisit some of those salaries that were above average in terms of compensation. I mean, it just, the logic is the same in terms of we're not going to grandfather old stipends, that we also look at the, and again, I don't know what that list looks like. We looked at it a year or so ago.
We have it.
I know you
Yes,
guys
sir.
have it. I'm not saying I'm going to support it, but I'm just putting it on the table as an option, just so that, we've had that study. And there were some people that were overcompensated according to that study.
Correct. Next is employee.
So I'm hearing pay asterisks, the list. That's what I'm hearing. is
what
no
I
pay,
heard-
but maybe the overpay list.
Correct.
Overpay, or not, overpaid
just
is
want-
not the right word. I don't want to use that word.
And per the stipend analysis, there were some overpaid in
Oh,
that
right.
area too, that we didn't touch.
Yes, I don't think we're just typing it. I think we're just talking the base pay
What Mr. Mac-
overage.
Right.
what Mr. Macias just brought up is that we have certain individuals who have had their pay frozen in the past. Now, some of those are through agreements that we can't touch. Others were just, we stated that they would maintain their pay. We're coming back saying, hey, you have the rest of the year, and then we're going to revert back to where you're supposed to be, is what Mr. Macias is saying. And then on some of those, even when we did the,
The HR rubric, I think.
I know,
There were two studies.
okay.
And I'm
I was gonna say.
not saying, again, we need to be strategic, but I would say that that piece should be on the table. It's not universal. It was only a list of employees, and it wasn't thousands, maybe hundreds, but there were some that were underpaid that we tried to adjust, but there were definitely a group of them that were overpaid. And
Dr. Taganow?
yeah.
Just for clarity, there are
two kind of different buckets of what you're talking about. There were employees that when we applied the rubric amount was less than what they were currently making, so the board agreed that we would freeze them. And so if there were future raises, then they wouldn't get them until they met the difference. And then there's another bucket of some employees that were kept at a particular pay grade on top of
Where
whatever
they
the
would
rubric
be.
adjustment is. So there's kind of two buckets we would be looking at.
But if the board is interested in us going back and revisiting those lists, we are more than willing to do so, to then have those conversations with an individual and say, hey, you're currently supposed to be in this pay grade, and we kept you at that pay grade. We need to move you to this pay grade. Or you currently should be at this level of pay. We kept you at this level of pay, but we can no longer sustain that. We're going to have to move you to the level of pay that is equitable with the rubric that we did for everybody else. Ms. Lee's question was, how long did we agree to the freeze as we went forward? What we said, if I remember correctly, was they could stay at that level until their level of promotions caught them up to where they were supposed to be. If it didn't, even if there was a raise, they would still stay at that level.
And then when was the last time that this was revisited?
It was implemented 2 years ago.
Oh, so this is 2 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
A year and
a year and
Oh, okay, almost 2 years, okay.
And I do, and will say that many of those employees, a lot have left, so there may not be that discrepancy, but it's just another window to look into.
We will
just
look
to see.
into it. We'll pull the list out and go through it. And
May
then
I
let the
just-
board know what the savings in that reduction would be if we move forward with that before we move forward having those conversations. Yes, ma'am.
We are talking about the equity pay audit. There was also the TASB pay audit, where TASB audited the pay compared to peer districts and whether positions were being overpaid to market or underpaid to market. Are we also going to consider those that were overpaid to market?
they did not decrease, what got approved, not a single pay grade went down.
We know that.
from
That's why we're
the-
asking, should we
That's what I'm saying, there
revisit it?
is no, or you mean,
Should
Well,
we
if
go
we're
back to that
considering
audit?
go back to the audit?
Yes.
The
Just like we're
audit
going to
is
go back to the
5
rubric.
years. If
Like,
we're
there was a pay
considering,
grade that was 16% over in a certain job.
Yes, ma'am.
But somehow that whole group got a 3%, because that's what TASB said. You're asking, do we want to go back and bring them back to not being 16% over? That's
If-
like a lot
if-
of math, okay.
I would be happy.
I don't have
just
an opinion on that.
With the rubric only. I mean, let's not add a whole bunch more work, but next level stuff maybe. But just the rubric, because it was pretty clear to me when we saw the list.
We can go back and configure it and bring it back to the board. I just want to be clear. We just stated that we didn't want to touch people's base pay gone. This is their base pay. We're touching it, and we're recommending that they go down on it.
And
I
like
just
I
want to be
said,
clear.
I want to be clear too. I may not support this.
Yes.
But I don't even have an idea if we're talking $100,000 in difference,
Bingo.
which is nothing at this
Understood.
point. Then we just leave it alone.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know. Based on what we saw 2 years ago, there was a significant amount.
Correct.
Again, I don't want to waste too much more time, but.
No, we'll
again,
check it and bring
just-
it back to the
yeah.
board before we move forward on the conversation. And then the employee days, I think we covered that. Our recommendation going forward that you will see tonight is that during the summer, we oftentimes struggle with that 4th of July week. People come in, some people don't come in, a lot of people take vacation. If we were to decrease, and we'd have to come up with another day, but if you went 8 hours a day for that week, that would be the course of 5 days that we could reduce everyone across the district who works 220,
every 12-month
12-month employee.
we are proposing to reduce by 6 days. So that would be 226, 220, and 200, and we have some 202s, 240s, and 260s.
And we would close the district down during those days during the summer. That would be everybody, from the police to the custodians to administration, everyone. And that would be a loss of 6 days. So,
Has it always been open, like for a long years?
For long years, yes, ma'am.
For 4th of July week?
yes, ma'am.
But-
It's halfway open. I can tell you, Ms. Lee, we're open, but a lot of people take the week off. Now, they use their personal days, but they take that week off. But some people have to come in and clean. The custodians, they have a short window in which they have to get the schools prepared from when the kids went home to when they come back. But what we're proposing is that we could reduce all of those salaries by 6 days. And I would give 6 days back to the district as well.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
No, 'cause it was. So for the parameter number 2 payroll thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I see like this, sorry, I just didn't want to pause. Ms. Davis, so the 6 million difference, are those all the vacancies we have? Or like for this year, or?
Where are you?
She's
at?
asking
the-
from going from 231 to 225 as we
225.
project for the end of the year.
That's no vacancies included for 225.
Oh,
I think she's asking how we got 6 million less. And that's because of the vacancies
vacancies.
and us doing a slow freeze saying
Oh,
we're
okay.
not going to replace those as we move forward. So we've already been able to find a $6 million decrease in the deficit for this year because we're not planning to
Yes.
replace those.
And we can possibly find more as the year
The year,
progresses and people vacate naturally, right?
Yes.
That's called attrition. And we are looking at every single position, like I said, on
So this
November
might still
12th.
change by the
We
end of the
sat
school year.
and we identified 4.1 million in general fund positions that we closed.
oh, okay. And then for the one for next year, I was just like looking, so the recommendation is we reach the 84% payroll within the 2 years.
Correct. So not
Yes.
next year.
Okay, and then is that something that you guys have like percentage for like this year going next year?
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
so it would decrease to how much from, because I know that's like the recommending, Dr. Gibson's recommending to like, we decrease our payroll 91 to 84.
So what Ms. Lee's asking is if it's not the 90%, but we're going down, how much did we go down to? I think you guys said 88 earlier, or 87, and then, correct.
Whatever we have,
So for,
whatever we have in the plan, it would bring it down to 88%.
And then the following year, we could go down 11 more, which would then bring us to the 84%.
84, yes.
for cutting, oh, okay.
So now I would ask, oh, yes,
Sorry,
ma'am.
Can I just take, only because that's something I had written down was on that same topic. and
Yes,
I-
ma'am.
I already said this to you, but I'll just say it out in the public, which is this concern over the 2-year and the cash burn. So when we're looking at positions and looking at this payroll cut, making sure we know which ones you're saying are this year and which positions you're recommending we wait an entire year and burn through 15 million more in cash, because I'll be looking for what the tie to our board goals and academic outcomes are. So like, if you're saying, I'm just gonna pick something random, because I'm not even gonna look at the sheet, so I don't need all the RTI people coming after me. I'm gonna say, if we're gonna cut 10 RTI teachers across campuses, we're not doing that, but so that's why I'm throwing that out there, 10 RTI teachers, and you say, I would like to keep those 10 for one more year, burn through 750,000 of savings, because we have those 10 RTI teachers directly tied to our turnaround plans. So we want to delay these positions 1 year. That's the kind of thing I know I'll be looking for, because someone's gonna have to make it right in my head that we're gonna go below 75 days, and I'm gonna wanna see that tie to the academic outcome versus cutting it now versus cutting it a year from now. So, and I had already told you that, so as we go through there, though, that's what I'll be looking for.
I hear you, Ms. Ryan. I just want to reiterate that it's not like we're talking about a severe increase in the amount of people where we could go back and say, hey, we were dealing with the luxury of individuals working with us that we can't deal with before, so we're going to let all those people go. This can be directly tied to, and I guess I'm asking for your assistance right now, Dr. Gibson, because you've studied this report. The increase in our payroll can be directly tied to our increases to the people we already had. So if we say that we want to go from 90% to 84%, then what we're going to do is cut more people than what we can operate on. And then that is going to severely hamper our support to the classrooms. And you can't do this without getting to the teachers as well. And we're really trying to do that through attrition. Because we want to make sure that we keep our scores up as we move through. But if we're saying that we're trying to do all of this in a year, then we're talking about making some cuts that's going to truly affect how we can support the campuses and how we can provide the instruction in the classroom. So,
Well, if I had Dr. Fields on expense parameter number 4.
Yes, sir.
I think this might illustrate that. So what's in bold over to the right?
Yes, sir.
If you, and I want to make sure, trustees, so do you see the staff has given us 66,685 assumption? I mean, because is that just an average, Amanda? Is that this?
Yes.
Yeah, so that, of all your people, like that's the average. So if you, to Dr. Fields' point, if you tried to go all the way this year and you kept comp and benefits the same with all the asterisks we said a while ago, they're saying it's 500 positions. So you'd have to move that over to the left in the 25, 26 column. If you said we're going to make it all go, is that right? Like if we're going to make it all go away?
Right.
Like, okay, so it'd be 500 FTE reduction. Would have to get shifted over to the 25. I'm just trying to give an illustration of, to make it real concrete.
And we've been doing this as we go. And in terms of positions now, to Ms. Ryan's point, some of these were vacant positions, but we budgeted for them. But if we're talking about the number of positions, we've decreased over 200, over 225, correct? With the recommendations we're making and with the freeze, the slow freeze and not moving forward, that's why we're seeing the decrease from 231 payroll to 225 projected for this year, correct?
Correct.
And let me let Ms. Davis answer it. Were you?
In November, we cut 80-some positions, 83 positions that yielded 4.4 total, but 4.1 general fund.
Those are all vacant. But those are all vacant. Those don't help
They
our
were not-
expenses at all.
I do want to clarify,
Yeah.
ma'am, they were not all vacant. There were a few that were vacant, but there were some, because we do have turnover, and probably more than we can think what that really realizes to amount of positions. So I do want to clarify, they weren't all vacant. There were people who had just left the job, and we needed to make the decision if we were going to fill it or not. And like that, we're going to continue to have throughout the year. And we're going to have to make the decision of how then do we operate with that position vacating right now. So I do predict that we might have at least a couple more million through the end of the year on positions that will naturally vacate and that we will not fill.
Okay, Ms. Davis, if I may, and this is one of my notes, and I only have a couple more left, and you're on one of them, and Amanda, I'm kind of looking at you also. So one of our recommendations from the very beginning is that when you start in a deficit student, which you've shown that in this parameter, that you need to, Casey's recommendation is you need to calculate revenue almost monthly.
Correct.
Do you see that this is the paradigm shift between the growing district and the not growing district. By the way, you're not alone. There's a lot of districts in Texas that are not growing right now. So whereas we were used to it being like an annual event, budgeting really becomes a monthly check. And so sometimes there are documents, I don't know what's embedded in the board book, that, and we call it the budget report or the financial report.
Monthly financial report.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
There's probably some numbers in that doesn't need to just be approved in the consent agenda. They need to be looked at and talked about. Because see, we don't, right now it's kind of wobbly on what this payroll, what does 91% equal? Does that make sense? What does 90% equal? What does 89% equal? And the only way for this team to understand that is to watch it over time. Like you're just, the whole team here, double teams, are going to just have to watch that to see if we agree that 91 is heading down. Is that fair?
You're absolutely
okay.
yes.
That's the only way you can do it. It's just y'all got to monitor it.
We're doing it
every month. Well, but I know you're doing it in the report. I'm encouraging these two teams to talk about it. That's a little bit different. Like, show me every month that we're taking that, because we're now.
So are you suggesting to amend it monthly? I thought we were going to amend it quarterly. Okay.
No, it's the opposite of what I'm saying. So thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
No, observe it and watch it closely, and have a brief conversation that's our number. That's our monthly number going down, like we're saying it should
Bring
be.
it to light.
Yes.
Should be going. Bring it to light. Thank you.
The forecast and actual.
Now, and then I'm going to double down on something I said earlier, and then I'm kind of through with my comments. Then, and Dr. Fields touched on this, that once that budget is set at the beginning of the year, and I think that this won't be a problem in 26, 27, because we're trying to remove a bunch of, but don't do an amendment to add to your expenses. Just don't.
No.
Unless there's some emergency, fair, right? Is everybody?
Correct.
We're all like, and I mean, like.
Lightning hits a roof or something like that,
That's
we have to
right.
go in and make the corrections.
Not
but we can't.
emergency, like
Right.
my daughter needs a dress for prom. I mean, like the house,
Right.
burned down, or the roof.
Right.
It's okay. Fair enough? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Let's make a comment. This is why I appreciate the two-year plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I felt from the beginning that we needed to keep in our minds the academic impact too. We can't only look at fund balance, we have to look at what's happening in the classroom, because that's why we exist in the first place, is the academic performance. So I have wanted from the beginning to see a balance between our focus on the numbers and the budget and how we're impacting the classroom. And I wanted to try to be careful that we don't harm the classroom unnecessarily. So that's why I was in favor of a more gradual approach. 2 years is
Do you,
pretty quick, really, but
Well, Ms.
I care
Stamper,
about the academics.
on the 2-year, and I'm going to say what might be being thought and not being said by some, maybe hear and maybe watch it. This probably should have been spread out over 4 years. Okay, and I get it. I mean, and by the way, hindsight's 2020. These guys sit up in the press box and they call these games and say, here's how you could have won it. Okay, I get it. So it is what it is. So, this road probably started a couple of years ago. And it's always crystal clear once we have it. Once Houston, we have a problem, it's always crystal clear. So, we're kind of making up probably for a couple of small bites that we could have taken, if that makes sense. We got to take a pretty big bite right now. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. Like, a couple of small bites last year and the year before might have made the bite that you potentially have to take now and next year a little bit smaller. I'm just saying, people will be thinking that, so I want to just bring that out.
Well, no, because that's what I have written down on my thing, because we had to go back to the community, and some of the numbers in these giant slide decks here and we talked about this briefly yesterday, which was, we have 3328 employees right now today on the Judson books. Well, it might not be Nicole. I'll give Nicole a plus or minus 5, right? At any time, how many employees we have. But in 2020 and 2021, we had 1,200 less students than we have today, and we were operating this district with 3,056 employees, and we were higher academically rated than we were today. So if we could run a B-rated district with 3,056 employees and 1,200 more students than we have today, then someone's going to have to help me understand so I can go explain to the taxpayers why we have 300 more people and our rating is down 2 letter grades. Because right now, I can't explain that. And I hope once we get through all of this, then we can make the corrections that will make that justifiable. But right now, we have a lot more people and there's been no academic return on that at all. So it's hard to say, well, can't we remove those people then since, we're not. So I hope that
I can
comes
help.
out because we have to justify that
I
to
can
the
help.
public.
And
So the year we're talking about is 2020, 2021. The year we're talking about is 2020, 2021. There's a big thing that happened during that time. And a lot of the instruction was online. I remember seeing my own daughter sitting in the room, in the front room of the house, doing a lot of stuff online, 2020 to 2021. So you could use less teachers and educate more kids because it was all online. But as we started to come back from 2020 and 2021, I believe it was that same year that we came back after that, 21, 23, 22, we went up 300 teachers.
We went up students. But we went up a corresponding amount of students, right? That's kind of the problem is we went up in students, we went up in staff. We went down in students, we didn't go down enough.
But they came back to the campus, and then we needed more teachers to deal with the people who were in the buildings. And what I'm trying to reiterate is that it takes less educators to educate people online than it does when they come back into the building. That's why we went up 300 more. So we went from 3056 up to 33, or almost, was it 30?
3372,
3372. And then we went up again after that, I believe.
3460.
And we've only been going down as of the last 2 years. So we've been making gains going down the last 2 years. But we elevated up every year since then when the kids came back.
Because we had
Let me comment.
26,000 students. That's what you're not telling the people out in the community. They know we had 26,000. Now we have 22,000 something. Like, that's a 17% increase.
Let me just clear it up. Great example, Dr. Fields. And Ms. Ryan, that question came up a lot during my reelection campaign, especially when people were putting out there, I've been here forever and our district is further down than it was years before. So I had to address the question, and I told my community, and obviously they reelected me, so they believed what I told them. TEA, the accountability ratings were like on the floor in the time that we were a B district, and a lot of districts were as well. Now those credentials have climbed. So in order to be a B district, it's much higher threshold. And that's why you're seeing districts across Texas being graded harder. And so that's really the bottom line. And as Ms. Ryan said, the community wants to hold us accountable for that. That's why, again, we're a 71 numerically, but we're still a D district. But we're not going to be next year. I'm confident in our team being able to pull that out. But that cannot be taken. If you're going to lower the threshold for how to make a B as a district and then increase it after you're elected governor, then that's the politics and that's the game. So we're still in a good position. I've talked with campuses in my district. I go in, I'm not intrusive when I go, but I just ask, how are things going? Most employees will tell me, we don't have enough staff. We don't have enough support. So when we talk about 500 positions, that is going to really hurt our ability to deliver what we need to do academically. And I believe that in my heart and soul. That is detrimental. I'm glad that Dr. Gibson's report really illuminates the fact that the pay increases contributed to where we are now, a considerable amount of it. And so it's not as easy as saying we're going to cut 500 employees. I mean, we invested in our employees. So we have to be very careful how we backtrack. And then again, we have vouchers next year. We will see a decreased enrollment. We're already talking about closing 3 campuses. I mean, these are real things that we're doing that the community is going to see. And so any one of my colleagues or any employee, I mean, when people are asking why we are where we are, those are pieces of the puzzle.
I just want to say, Ms. Ryan, the reason why I stated that is because you asked the question, how? The other thing that I would say to our academic department is when the students who were at home in pre-K and elementary, or pre-K and kinder, and now they've moved through the system, where are they currently? No, where are they currently in terms of their grade?
They are in 6th grade, this year's group of 6th grade.
That's why we used to focus on the middle school, because those kids were at home with really no way to log on, pay attention, because they're not built for that at 4 and 5 years old. And those students who missed a lot of time in terms of education now have matriculated through the system up to 6th grade, and we're trying to get them caught up. So oftentimes that takes more personnel.
We just have to be careful with that, because a number of us have heard Commissioner Morath speak, and there are a lot of videos out for him. And he has been very clear to public school districts. COVID is over, stop using it as an excuse. He was excruciatingly clear about that. So we just have to be careful what we said, because TA is not going to accept that as the reason, right, anymore. That is literally straight out of the commissioner's mouth, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I just add a piece of insight for a second? I want us to also remember that accountability is political. Like, there's no other way to slice it. It is political. So we have to just be really, really careful, because we have a lot of teachers, we have a lot of coordinators, we have a lot of directors, anyone that's at the campus level that are grinding away right now, trying to make change. And when we talk about COVID and you talk about academics, you also have to factor in social emotional awareness with that. It's hard. Teaching is hard. If you have not been in the classroom in the last 4 years, it looks way different. Kids are very different. Even teachers that we're receiving in our district right now are very different. So thank you, Ms. Stanford, for what you said about keeping our eye on both balls, because they're both important. And there's actually only one of them that impacts kids, and it is our academic CAPA. So we just have to keep remembering, as we're grinding away, tough decisions need to be made, but please remember, we're talking about kids. So when all is said and done, and we're talking about positions, we're talking about what kind of cuts we need to make, what is going to impact a kid is where we need to land.
And if we came across as though we're making excuses, I apologize. We're not. We're just trying to, we were asked the question, how did it happen? We tried to give the scenario. If that came across as excuse making, we apologize. We're not. We're just trying to, again, and we're trying to fix the plane as we move forward. We're just trying to get it all done.
Well, I wasn't ready to yield the floor, so I had 2 more points. But that's okay, and your point is well made, obviously. But I just wanted to remind my colleagues, too, that the constraints that we built them, I think, before we knew we were at war. This is sort of a wartime mentality with cuts that are coming, or reductions. It's a different place. I mean, I keep telling my community, we should be playing offense in terms of academic success, but we're playing defense. We're trying to sustain what we have, and that's a very different mindset. The example I want to give you is that the constraints and the caps, all that, it's almost like if it's data-driven, which it should be, right? We've always been taught be data-driven.
Yes.
But it's very AI-ish, in my opinion. It's just the data with no feelings. But we have the benefit of being human and having feelings and taking into account what teachers are thinking and what employees are thinking to support students. We're not robots. So during this time, we have to make some adjustments. And a keen example for my colleagues to remember is that we made a conscious decision to lower the amount of students on middle school campuses, even though it did not agree with our constraints. Because the strategy was to try to reach more of our middle schoolers. To everyone's point, the students need support. But we have the ability as a board to override the suggested formula, because we're in a different time right now. Once we get into where things are stable and Austin decides to fund education, we can think a little differently. But this is tough, and I don't want to cut any of our personnel or reduce, because I swear we need everyone, but we have no choice in this matter. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want us to be real careful when we talk about growth and loss in the number of students, that we don't take that number of the free pre-K, that's an anomaly, and we can't use that when we're comparing how many students we had previous to that and how many students we have after that. So I just want us to be real careful when we talk about numbers, that we're not doing that. I think a really good comparison might be if we look at the number of students that we had in tested grade levels year over year. That's maybe a better comparison when we're looking at growth in numbers.
That's an excellent point.
Oh, is that because those pre-K kids didn't have a teacher? I mean, because if the pre-K kids went away, the teacher went away, which meant the staff number went away, right? Actually went away double, so we should have seen bigger increases, because pre-K had two personnel in each classroom, because they're required to have a teacher and a staff. So when we got rid of pre-K, it would go down exponentially.
When we talk about that we had this many students, that's what I'm talking about, the student numbers. Not, I wasn't talking about teachers, but when you're quoting that we had this many students, and then we had this many students, and then now we're down to here, we need to keep in mind that that number of students did not stay, was never going to stay, because we eliminated.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying a decrease in enrollment is a bad thing, I'm just saying it has to then have a corresponding decrease in the staff.
Well,
And exponentially.
Amanda touched on this a while ago, and I answered it incorrectly because I wasn't understanding I need to change it when she's back. But if you do lose more than 338 students next year, which is what I'm reading on your paper,
Yes.
if you're building the budget on that, you probably do need to do a budget amendment amending your revenue down.
We did.
Well, no, I think that.
You're talking about next year.
But I'm saying, like, you're constantly monitoring that, that's all I'm saying.
Yes.
So if you've already done that, then kudos, but you've got to just keep amending, and then you're addressing it.
Right, so that SOF that we're working on is with that projected decrease.
But if it exceeds what that SOF. Like, when you start the year in real numbers,
Oh,
if
understood.
it's higher
Yes,
than
and we do.
this,
Yes.
then you bring a revenue amendment.
Correct.
And
Correct.
because it's, okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yes.
It's not very complicated.
And that would help by doing our quarterly amendments, which is
Correct.
part of your recommendation.
Correct, that's exactly right.
And, okay, do I continue? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Somebody else have a question, or are we moving on to campus? Go ahead, push the button.
Sorry, I think it's not really a question, but a comment just to I just want to share, so that everyone knows when I visit my side of schools, majority of the teachers that were voicing out, it's that I know it might sound excuse or something, but I just want to tell them that majority of the teachers are saying about one kid is kind of like equivalent to 5 kids today. It's like we just have to accept the time right now is that a really big difference when it comes to kids. So even though 10 plus years teachers that are working so hard, they have to also kind of learn in regards to approach with a kid, because it's just plainly different. Before, 1:1 is good, but now it seems like it's 1:5. That's how they feel. So I just want to share that to everyone, I guess.
Excellent point, Ms. Lee. Excellent point. Yes, ma'am.
Can we take a 5-minute break before we go to the campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that way nobody misses anything?
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, if we can go, we are in recess at 8:15, we'll return at 8:20.
I'm usually not filed. I'm like, what's going on?
Okay, it is 8:23, and we are back from our recess. So now we will continue on. All right, Dr. Fields, on to CAPAS. Let's go.
Definitely. So as we move forward with the CAPAs, we have two. And CAPA 1 deals with the staffing and program reductions, and CAPA 2 deals with the consolidation in campus. We spoke a lot about that already, so we should be able to move through it quickly. But I'd ask the board, as we move through this, you're going to see some recommendations for reductions in particular areas that are going to be conversations that we need to have with employees. We're going to ask, can we move forward in some of these areas? But we've tried to keep this pretty generic so we can sit down and have the conversations. But for the first time, and to everybody watching, I want to just again apologize for it having to be done this way, but it's not necessary to go to an individual and talk about what may be if that's not the consensus and will of the board. But now that we find ourselves here, this is our recommendation to the board on how we can move forward with reductions that total almost $16 million. And we're going to go through that now, and we'll be able to talk to people directly as we move forward. And we want to do that again in a dignified and integral way, as opposed to doing it right now where someone finds out while watching it on live stream. So,
Correct. Thank you, Dr. Fields. CAPA number 1 has some accompanying documents, some that we would like to keep confidential. CAPA number 1 has an accompanying list of Tier 1 and Tier 2 positions. I want to be very careful not to list any of those positions, but you do have them with you for your reference. So if we could just make sure that we don't list out positions out loud. So, of course, the driving need for this project, and I'm going to use the number that we took to our November board meeting, is a deficit, a projected deficit of 34.3. We will be coming with an amendment for $4.5 million. As you know, our self-funded health insurance is that gift that has kept on giving. And even though we are moving to a fully funded health insurance in January, we knew that there was an additional cost that we were waiting for Brown & Brown, our third-party administrator, to give us what would be an approximate cost for runout. Those are projections that they give us, which keep changing. And we just received a projection from them over the Thanksgiving break. We actually have a meeting with them tomorrow so that they can be a little bit better with their projection on the incurred but not reported expenses. So for now, we're going to come with a $4.5 million amendment for that as part of the run-out costs for self-funded health insurance. So that being said.
Can I ask a question just on that
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
real quick? So, and then we're still trying to figure out the 13 million from the audit. So there may be another 13 million?
No, those were, that came out of the, I'll let Amanda speak, but incurred but not reported. And so this new projection includes everything.
So when they made the projection back in June, this was the beginning of June. That report, it's called an incurred but not reported report, that came out after the June, but they've already estimated all of this. That is why we knew we had to get the 3.7 in June and then the 4.8 in whenever we got it in July. Then as they did another projection, the beginning of October, they went through everything as of September, made the projections for the following months. That's when we came back with another 2 million. Now that everything has been processed, things are being settled, and you have to remember the IBNR report doesn't mean that it's like a for sure liability, but we still have to record it in our audit. So that report back then was a certain amount of millions, but after going through processing, our third-party vendor, Lucent, trying to come to a settlement, those can be reduced. So that liability, it has already been covered. But now we're having new IBNR reports, and they're estimating at, like 7.8 million, plus admin fees, about $1 million. So that's why we're close to 9 million. We are only asking for 4.5 right now because we want to get better projections as months go by and seeing those claims come in January and throughout to see if we're still going to be at that 9 million or hopefully less.
Can I break it down just a little bit, especially for the people watching at home?
Okay.
So basically, Ms. Ryan came back and said, hey, I see that you guys have calculated what it should cost for the self-funded insurance from now until the end of the year. What she said she wanted to know is, how much is the run out going to be? After the year's over, we're not receiving any more premiums. We're trying to do the rest of 2026. How much is that going to cost? The company came back and said, we made a bold projection on what we think that could amount to, but again, this is based on predictions, not actual, policies or that we've got. And we're saying that should be around 7.8, 8 million, 9. So what we're asking for is we're going to make an amendment for half of that as we go forward, because again, this is a projection not based on what we currently have. And then if we find ourselves in a situation where we have to come back again, we will, but we just want to have enough funds in there so when those policies start coming through in January, February, March, we'll be ready for it because we've asked for it, if that's a better breakdown.
Yes.
So the 4.5 will cover like that whole month?
Yeah.
We don't know for sure, but we know, but yes, ma'am, we're thinking the 4. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Elite's question was, will that
Yes.
4.5 cover us? We don't know exactly what the need for coverage is going to be because all of this is just a prediction.
But the thing is, you guys have projected like every month, like this is what coming in for like the claims being paid on. Is that something?
We've got that covered,
Oh,
what we
okay.
have
Yeah, so-
projected to the end of the year, but what Ms. Ryan and what you guys were asking for is what's going to come in after that. We don't know because it's still out there.
And by after that, if I may, what we asked for, the 6.8 million that we asked for, was to pay the actual claims under our self-funded health insurance. That means people were going to the doctors, they were incurring claims. We, as a district that took on that risk, were paying out the claims. We have switched to something called fully funded health insurance, where we now use those premiums to pay, and if claims exceed, we are just subjected to pay the fully funded health insurance claims. However, when you make a switch, there's something called a run-out. People that went to the doctor
Over
in
the
the
Christmas
last quarter,
holidays.
they're not going to make their claims until January, February, March, April, May. They've got a whole year to make their claims. So that's the run-out that we are unable to predict, and the company is unable to fully predict. So they look at a report called IBNR, which is incurred but not reported, and they estimate based on, these are the number of people going to the doctor, but they haven't made the claims. And I'm not an insurance expert, and I'm looking at you, Ms. Jones.
I know, I'm
Tell
looking
me
at
if
her
I'm
too,
wrong
like, jump
here.
in, say something.
This is what we've been, our conversations. So that's separate. The 6.8 will bring us through this December. Yes, we're in December. But the run out is for all of the claims that will come in the following year. Does that help?
So I'm assuming, so Brown and Brown has come back and said 7.8 to 9, and y'all going to try and meet with them and negotiate that and hope it's less.
Yes, ma'am.
But for right now, because we're doing all of our conservative planning, so that 9 million is not on our budget parameters assumptions page.
4.5 is,
No,
not
no,
on the,
well,
I think,
but we're estimated at 9. I know you're only transferring 4.5 right now, but the estimate is 9 for planning purposes.
it is in the budget parameter, ma'am. At parameter number 4 on 25-26, 9 million in a one-time non-routine expense for 26 calendar year for SFHI, self-funded health insurance.
Okay,
remaining.
but that has not been taken out of the fund balance projection. So on revenue assumption 7, that says we're projected at 38.5 at the end of 27. We have to take another 9 off of that, so that would mean now we're going to be at 29.5 million, which is well less than 58.7.
No,
Jeez.
No.
Ms. Ryan, there's two types of forecasts you can do. You can do budget to budget or actuals to actuals. Right now, I have what the revenue forecast for this year is $250.8 million. Our forecast for expenditures, both payroll and non-payroll, and Amber had helped us with that with Mo Casey as well. And I came up with about the same number too, $268 million. You take that away, and then you add $15.8 million. That includes $6.8 million of what we've already taken out, $2 million plus 4.8, and then the $9 million. It is putting our deficit at $33 million.
So because, remember that the projected deficit included vacancies, right? If you go back to the parameters, it said that the $231 million in payroll included the vacancies. What we've done is we haven't filled in some of those vacancies as we've had turnover. So now our payroll actual that Amanda's talking about is at 225. So look at the gap that we've closed there, from 225 to 231. Now, if we didn't have self-funded health insurance, we wouldn't have to worry about, but that gap is helping cover, that closing of the gap is helping cover some of the additional expenses of the self-funded health insurance.
So it's a
That
wash.
is-
Correct.
Because
It's a
of-
wash.
okay.
There you go.
So
Thank you.
you can see on parameter number 5, it does say that our forecast deficit to the fund balance would be 33 million, 33.5, which will leave us at 53.5 million.
Which is the reason, Ms. Ryan, we don't want to ask for more. So as we continue to close out some of the attrition, we are hoping, yes. But we want to be honest, the run out might still change, right?
Yeah. And so we would need this immediately in January, and it needs to come to the board now that's why I'm asking for half. We're asking for half to have that in our cash flow to pay the incoming claims.
Okay, so the purpose is, we're addressing the deficit. 30 million we would like to address through staff and program reductions and eliminations. The reductions can be implemented through a formal reduction in force through financial exigency or a program change, which Mo Casey and, we would qualify, but it is not administration's recommendation. B is the staff recommendation, which is through attrition and reduction of positions, contract expirations, reduction of probationary contracts, and non-renewal, and an additional $2 million from policy-based changes. We have our overall reduction targets, year 0, which is the year that we're in, 25-26. We've talked about decreasing the projected deficit, which included vacancies at the time, by $5 million based on those vacancies through a soft freeze or hiring pause. Consolidating classes where needed and reassigning employees from within Judson ISD. In addition, eliminating about $15 million in positions, reductions, or policy-based changes. Also with the help of Mo Casey's staffing analysis of overstaffed, and with the identified positions that Cabinet has identified. Projected fiscal year-end deficit of $40 million includes that $4.5 million of self-funded health insurance run out.
And Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
does this include, didn't we do 10 million in cuts with the last budget we just approved? Didn't we?
That was done before the budget approval, so that is not part of this year's.
No, it's just, you've got 20,
We did, so to your point, we did, and there was a specific list, I know that was shared with the board a couple of times, but that was in last budget.
It was
cycle.
before we
Budget was
approved
correct.
a budget. This is just things approved after we approved
This
the
fiscal year.
budget, the first budget.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just hate to lose credit for that 10 million.
Well, we don't get
I-
credit because we still got to cut stuff.
Well, you know what I mean.
Well, yeah.
But we're doing 5 million more.
The 5 million was recently done on November 12th. We all sat, we called principals, directors, and talked about, hey, this person just vacated, can you figure out a way to run and operate without him? And in some cases, yes, in some cases, no, but we yielded 4.1 million from
Dr.
general fund.
Ghosh, do those, the 3228 I heard a while ago, has that been like the ones that you're talking about, the 5 million or 4 million, are they still in that number, or are they out of that number? Okay, that's just,
You're talking about the PEMS number, they are out
Yes.
of the FTE number.
Correct.
They do not have.
Okay,
There's
this-
no one in that position. Correct.
okay, so this came, because that's a little
This came
lower.
after they did that.
Okay, that's what, and so it's just, that's what you have to start watching that. And then if I might, the 14 million then, and this is just speculation, is going to take that 3228 approximately 31? I mean, is that about 100 FTEs, 128? Do y'all have?
I'm not confident, did we actually remove those positions from the position log? Or did we just say we weren't going to fill those positions moving forward?
removed them.
We removed them? Good. So, yes, sir, that would
Well, okay,
equate
I'm
to.
just like that, you've got to kind of start watching that 3228, right? Because when we start seeing it,
The only exception to that would be if we had someone say, based on this, that left after October 31st, and then we have not filled that position. Those would then come off of the total. So the reported total that we have on the FTE count that you see is based on what was reported as of October 31st. The positions that we dissolved in November were not filled prior to October 31st, so those are not in that count. But anybody going forward that may have left after that date
Right.
would come off of that.
and I just want to make sure everyone, and thank you for that. And I mean, my background was curriculum instruction, so everything that we were talking about teaching and learning earlier, I agree 100%. If you're going to keep compensation and benefits basically the same, all the asterisks, I understand. That FTE number has to come down if you're going to balance the budget, or we're believing in magical thinking.
Well, you're using a number 3258. The
No,
report
thir-
that
I think
provided
I
you-
said it wrong, and I think he wrote it down wrong.
Right,
Is
so
the
what
number
is it?
3331?
What is it?
3574, the number that you were provided on December 1st.
30.
No,
3574.
no, 3331.04. That's what the board was providing.
I'm talking about the FTE number.
FTE.
Oh, I apologize.
She's looking at-
30.
Right.
Oh, wrong number, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Is it
I'm looking at
35
it.
is
That's why I
Yeah,
wrote it down.
3331
Okay,
is
because
the number. 3331.
that's what I remember. Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I think I misstated 3328 and you transposed it, so.
Okay, and that did happen, but we're all agreeing right now, and I think this is really important. 3331 is kind of ground zero right now, right? Okay, so now we've got to kind of watch that number over the next 24 months, is what we're saying, right?
And we have been for the last
Oh,
few
no,
years.
I
If
know
you look
that, but
at
I
it, you
mean
can see that.
collectively,
Right,
sorry.
you're absolutely correct.
Collectively,
Yes,
as
sir.
a strategic and tactical team, that number is important. And I know I'm not, student instruction, that was my first calling, but to think that we balance a budget in 2 years and that number not go down again is magical thinking.
Correct.
I just want, and, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
You are correct. Yes, sir. Okay, so then,
Before you move on real
Yes,
quick, I just want to say one more time that there's some bottom lines up front. Contrary to the posting in the newspaper, we are not recommending that people get severance pay. We're not recommending that people lose their positions this year.
correct.
And then what was some of the other
It
stuff?
was a mid-year RIF.
A mid-year, we're not
And
recommending
with
that. We had
severance
all
pay.
discussed that when we did the day with Dr. Gibson, so that wasn't something we were doing.
Specific campuses were named. We haven't even had a
We
growth
haven't
and
even gone
planning
through the growth
committee.
and planning process, so I just want to put that out there for everybody listening, that was never a that was a first-round draft of us trying to get ready for what we would have to do. And correct, there was just
Have to
concepts.
do
on
pros and
paper.
cons on concepts, that's
Correct.
all. Yep.
So now we
Okay.
can, sorry.
So that's why, thank you, it takes us to our commitments. In this school year, our year zero, 25-26, we are committing to not decreasing certified classroom teachers, preserve as many academic programs and student supports as possible, and consider funding sources when prioritizing the reduction. We want to look at our general fund, not child nutrition or grant funding necessarily. So that takes us to step one. We have about a total of 7 steps, with 7 having A, B, C, D, E. Step 1 that we took as a cabinet, we looked at an equitable reduction target for each cabinet member. Each cabinet member received reduction targets based on all of the departments that they oversee and their percentage of the total payroll. This was a preliminary target as we awaited Mo Casey's final staffing study. Taking those targets into consideration, Cabinet identified tiers of positions based on the Vader outcome. At this point in time where we're at, we left the explanation, but that's no longer really relevant. We're where we're at, and the list of positions are all of the positions that we're bringing, which include both Tier 1 and 2. For central office departments only, cabinet member personnel was reduced by the percentage of the department's total payroll cost in relation to the deficit. We received an updated Mo Casey staffing study on Saturday, and we've added that information to this CAPA. So let's go straight to, oh, wait, no, let's not skip the important part. Tier 1 and Tier 2 positions on the process notes column on that page. You can see that the totality of the positions is $6.466 million in reductions, and those are all out of general fund, and we made sure that they're not double counted in additional
Campus
processes, such as
consolidations,
campus
other-
consolidations. So that's,
But it's kind of easy to do when you're doing something. I mean, it can happen, I guess is what I'm saying, because you've got 2 or 3 plans running concurrently. Then at the end, you're the one that says, wait, we counted that twice. So
Yes.
it just helps on the front end to make sure we don't count them
Correct,
twice.
correct.
And it can happen.
it
It's-
can happen,
Yep.
and it did.
I was about to say it did
in fact,
happen.
Okay, all right,
yesterday,
okay.
We identified quite a few that were
Well, it
counted,
can.
twice.
It's just that in the end, it only goes to 1 in her final. It only goes to the 1. Okay, in the end.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
In step 2, we received our MOC KC updated staffing study this Saturday, and I'd like to go through the positions that were identified as overage positions or overstaffed compared to our peers. We were compared to several peer districts, and these were the positions. Our custodial staff, or the report identified 30 over compared to our peer districts. In transportation, 25 over. In child nutrition, 18. Keep in mind, that is a different fund. Total teaching staff, 15.4. Social workers, 12. Support services, LSSPs, 10. Athletics other than director, 4.7. Other non-exempt auxiliary, 3.2. LEA campus infotech professional, 3.02. School counselors, 3.1. Other LEA exempt professionals, 2.5. And truant officers, 2.35. In understaffed compared to our peer districts, central admin staff, below 20.5, and instructional coaches, 16.2. One of the things that we did do is we have been working diligently on updating our coding. Districts do have the ability to code some positions within 1 or 2 or 3 areas, and so we've been taking a better look at reports from TEA so that we can code similar to our peer districts, so that there's better comparison when looking at staffing positions.
Good example was given a while ago. It's even then, it's not perfect. So you all saw an anomaly. You called, oh, they're outsourcing. Okay. Right, so you,
like
you're
police
still
department.
always
That's a
going
great
to
example. Yes,
have to
sir.
do that. And just to be clear, anywhere in the Moat Casey report that it said that the district was understaffed because of the nature of the reduction of budget that you're having to do, we're not recommending that you add staff. I just want to be real clear. Okay, I think that goes without saying, but
Absolutely.
no add, yeah, just because we said it's the other way, we're not saying add.
Correct.
I have a clarification.
Yes, sir.
So just, I'm certain I know what this answer is, but I want to just, since we talked about consulting, the support services for LSSPs, is that because we have actual employees that are LSSPs and we're not consulting? And most of our peer districts are actually consulting, which of course is why we have that differential. So there is definitely some rationale of why we might have overstaffing. But I guess that's it for right now. Thanks.
Could you clarify transportation? I was surprised at transportation, because it seems like we're always looking for bus drivers to fill our bus routes, and it's a challenge. So what does that represent bus drivers? What's that represent?
No, ma'am, we did look into it. It represented a lot of what we have at the bus barn. Routers, mechanics, foremans, and such, and dispatchers. Mr. Brooks actually sat down with Mr. Earl, brought him in, had some conversations, and I believe that was a lot, or a lion's share, of those 83 positions that we decreased for the 4.1, correct? So those have changed.
So we don't need those positions, and we don't need contracts for them.
I appreciate what you just said. Thank you so much. I want to be clear to the entire board and the cabinet. Our recommendations for reductions aren't based on what we feel like we need or we don't need.
Correct.
Our recommendations for reductions are based on what collectively as a cabinet, after them having gone back and talked to their directors, agree that we can reduce and not break the system. But if you were to go back and ask one of the directors, do you need this? I'm sure they're going to say, yeah, we need them.
Yes.
If you ask some of their supervisors around the table, they're going to say, yeah, we need them. But we've shown that we can do it without the person. And we feel like we can do it without the person by sharing responsibilities. Then we can move forward with a reduction in this area.
The CAPA is to ensure that you do not spend your checking and your savings account all the way to zero. Let's just be clear.
Bless you.
So you're right, someone needs it.
Right.
But we're making a plan to make sure we don't spend the checking and the savings to zero.
But if we've
Because
got-
you can't do that legally.
If we've got 3 routers, we think we can do it with 2. You know, if we've got 3 dispatchers, we think we can do it with 2. You know, so.
So I watched a movie the other night, and they said, is this the best bad idea you have? And the gentleman said, yes, this is the best bad idea I have. Well, that tonight is kind of a list of the best bad ideas, right?
Yes, sir.
Does everybody understand? It's not bad ideas,
I
but it's
understand
the
what you're saying.
necessary ideas. Yeah, it's the necessary ideas.
Dr. Field?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say this. When we had those conversations, or at least, and I'm sure my colleagues did too, but when we had those conversations, we can't ignore the fact that for every position that we're saying we can do without, someone else is going to have to pick up that work. And so other people, like the routers and we're talking about positions and whatnot now, and we didn't want to do that, but that's the point. You know, if for some reason that happens and we have 3 of a position and we got to get rid of, we have to reduce 1, those other 2 got to pick up the work. It's not like the work goes away. So we need to keep that in mind, that there's going to be work given to the people that are left, should we make reductions. And
With
so,
no increase.
You know, with no increase in compensation and whatnot. So it's, yeah. So yes, if you ask them, did they need those people, they will absolutely say yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I would like to add that in that paradigm, what's going to happen, we're going to lose those employees. They're going to say, you want us to do more work, we'll go somewhere else. And it's going to leave a void in those areas. So I'm really cautious about trying not to overwhelm. But again, I know we're in a tough spot. The Vader failed, here we are. But the other thing too is I also want to make sure that, like in the area of social work and social emotional, that we're not abandoning student needs. Those are our student we need to support our students. And so LSSPs, are we literally, if that's, I don't even know if that's a recommendation, we don't want to talk about positions, but if we do that, are we just shifting payroll to consultant fee? And we're really not saving anything because the services still need to happen, and we're paying more from consultant fees. So I certainly don't, again, the strategy, when we were thinking, let's make sure we retain personnel, that had a better value for us. So again, you haven't broken it down, but you're showing where the data shows we're overstaffed.
We had an hour-and-a-half conversation on just that topic with Dr. Armstead and Dr. Toppin. And it came down to us not being able to make that recommendation for reduction based on what you just said.
Okay.
We're going to spend more in contracting fees than we would with the people that are there.
Well, I'm appreciative of you putting that out there.
Oh, I
'cause
tried.
obviously, these things are going to get out, and there needs to be some clarity. So, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So is that being changed then?
It's not on here. This is just an area where we're showing you, based on the peer study for the state, region, and peers, Moat Casey has come back and said, these are areas that you can focus on in terms of right-sizing with your peers. But we're not saying that we're making recommendations right now in all of these areas. On some of them, if you go back to the list that we provided you, you will see a recommendation for some in terms of custodians in some of the other areas. And we said we weren't going to, my bad. But what you will see is that on some of these, we have yet to make a recommendation for in all the areas.
Step 2, Ms. Stanford, is only outlining the documentation that we've received and the metrics that we're using in order to make our CAPA recommendations. We're identifying and summarizing the report that you received on Saturday. We might come back later and consider that, as we will have to do the second part of the reduction. What you're going to see tonight is only going to yield, well, not only, it's going to yield 16.8 million in reductions. And so that doesn't decrease the entire deficit. We'll have to come back and relook at some of these positions that have been identified as overstaffed.
We're not recommending them all right now.
Data, not recommendation.
Correct. Okay, then step 3, and we just...
Sorry, Ms. Davis, I'm trying to take it in pieces. I had more comments that just
I
relevant.
apologize, sir.
No apology needed. This is for Moat Casey. Obviously, I don't think we've truly addressed it, and if we did when I stepped out, which I may have, but we were to have this presentation a couple of weeks ago before Thanksgiving, and we did not have this, and obviously that's where cause and effect. TPR asked for documentation. We didn't have any context to give our community. It caused all this uproar, but we were not ready for we needed to still look through stuff. So I just want, from your perspective, again, clarity, because, again, it's real easy for misinformation to get out there. I think there was a poignant email sent to our administration that, get it together, we want all the data, that kind of stuff. But it really was, you guys were not comfortable yet. You needed to look at the revised data. So if you could just put that on record, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, and this is not that uncommon for once we start doing the peer analysis, if you haven't been in the habit of doing that, it's all of a sudden, okay, wait a minute, the way we're reporting is vastly different than our peers. And so it's hard for us to do an analysis. So it didn't just happen with you, it happens throughout the state. So that realization that the reporting, the way that you were reporting PEIMS compared to a peer group just helped us all, I guess, reach a conclusion that we probably ought to take a pause for a minute. We ought to think about how we read code so that it's easier for us to use this same comparison group, because we were agreeing it was a pretty good comparison group, but we were just reporting all our data. And so anyway, so that's what, and that took a little bit of time to, in fact, you did it in a pretty quick amount of time. I don't know how she slept, but I mean, they got it done in a pretty quick amount of time. But that's what we were waiting on, Ms. Macias.
I just want the right information, so whatever needed to happen.
And I think in the end, even though it caused a little bit of consternation, it helped us have better data to sit here tonight to talk about. Is that fair to say?
I would absolutely agree
Okay.
with that statement.
But it took us some time to get there. Okay.
Well, and the last comment on this, step 2, is just a recognition, again, of another narrative that we're overstaffed. I mean, it's showing here that we're understaffed by 20.5% in central admin. Some people just don't want to believe it, but I mean, this is data, right? This is where we are, and
Yeah, and it's, I mean.
if you could
some-
elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I think I said this in our day that you mentioned earlier, you know, in defense of anyone that might have stated that before the cleanup, some of the data readily available on TEA's website would support that narrative. And so our deeper dive into it helped us realize that we had some things coded central administration that actually were not. I mean, is that
Correct.
fair to say? Like, and again,
Yes.
my boundary, I guess, as a consultant was like, just, you can't go crazy with how you code that. Look at those peers and look at the TEA definition. We got we got all kinds of lists out on the table. So I'm not defending those that might have said that publicly, but I'm just saying that they could have been looking at information, the previous information that certainly would have said that. But I think after the cleanup, we just found it. I mean, you have the report now after the cleanup.
I appreciate that. And my last question is for Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir.
Comment. And during our discussion that we had with Dr. Gibson, with Ms. Ryan and I, and we were all in the group, I did request a snapshot of directors and executive director positions prior to COVID, prior to ESSER, because I still believe that we have some positions in that creation from Dr. Ball's time that created more positions than we had. So I think that's something I asked Dr. Gibson, and so I just want to revisit that, because that's part of, did we get bigger in middle management, which has really eluded me in terms of getting some concrete data, meaning did we promote directors to executive directors? Did we? And if we did, how many, and what do we need to do potentially to address that? Because that's a layer of bureaucracy that we may not be able to afford to keep. So I just need for clarity, just like we've confirmed our admin ranks, right? Let's now figure out if we have directors and executive directors when we don't need them, our coordinators. So basically the snapshot from 2018, 2019, prior to COVID, and then what we ended up with in those positions now. That still is something to me that is incomplete that we need to see in order to really make some decisions on how that looks.
Did you get that, Dr. Taggart?
I think we had gotten a draft of something like that, but I'm not sure if it had enough. It was printed on one of these ginormous pieces of paper, and it had all the positions. Now, I don't think it had, and what might be helpful is the date the position was
Created.
either upgraded or created. Because there were some things on there. We also had some duty title changes that didn't affect pay, right? Like if you were a chief of something and now you're an assistant of something and you're the same pay grade, like we had some different duty titles. But I think seeing when director of umpity frats got promoted or upgraded to an executive director and what date that happened, I think that'll be helpful, because I think some of that has happened more recently than maybe some people are recollecting.
Oh, no, ma'am.
No, not recently.
Not recently.
Yeah, there was
I'm saying, I don't think it was 2018, so.
Oh,
but we'll
no,
see.
not at all.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying more recently than 2018.
Was not
so.
2018.
But that's okay. That's all in the computer. We got all that. So, but I think that one spreadsheet, you know which one I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I think maybe a few more data points is going to be exactly what Mr. Macias is
Oh,
asking
no,
for.
this just shows the people.
So,
It might have been before y'all were on the board.
I was gonna
Can't
say, what I was
remember exactly.
asking
That
is-
might have been like an April thing, I don't remember when it was
So,
handed
yeah,
out.
if that can just
We have a
get-
lot of meetings, so.
Yeah,
But-
and honestly, lots of papers. so
We'll
sometimes-
track that document back down, and then whatever data fields meet what Mr. Macias is
Yeah.
looking for, we'll get that back out. And
Yeah.
especially if the new board members haven't seen that,
right. Dr.
you
Fields,
definitely want to see that.
if I could just briefly, this might help clarify your question just a little bit. On the report here, there is the category here of other LEA exempt professionals. That is where our directors, executive directors, and coordinators for all non-instructional departments fall on this report. And so, and that includes, coordinators from all the different departments. That's all of the executive directors. And then the instructional ones actually fall in that central office admin. So if you look at that, you're looking at, based on comparative, that gives you an idea. It shows in that category, we're over 2.5 in terms of what our peer districts look like. I don't know if that helps to clarify what that category is, but that's where most of those individuals fall. Obviously, you're looking for a different report, but in terms of just right sizing, I wanted to point out that's where that
Yeah,
was.
that's the hard part, is there is no central admin. It doesn't exist. There's central admin people hidden, not hidden intentionally, hidden by the state of Texas, sorry, in how they do PMs. Like they're nested inside of a bunch of different categories, so you don't see that the director of security, you're like, where's that guy, type thing. They're in there somewhere, and it's just, they're not all in central admin, and that's the nature of the PEMS report. I don't think it's as functional as it should be. In case you didn't hear that, TA, it could be a lot more functional to help districts benchmark a little bit better, so.
The TA report, however, does outline that specific position of.
Oh, that was a bad example. I'm sorry. You're right, that one
okay.
is its
That
own line
one
number. I'm
specifically
sorry, I'll
outlines-
use director
What
of
can go
something
in
else.
central administration, so.
Well, Dr. Gottlieb,
Oh, no, director of security is its own line.
I know.
I used a bad example, so.
I appreciate that clarity, that helps, but that'll also alleviate, community concerns, because we hear this from the community, and we obviously want to tell the truth. Where are we? And if it's 2.5, it may not be significant, and then we can quantify the need for those positions. But
We can go back and check.
But that's just something that obviously we want to reinforce. Back to the old narrative that we need everybody, and I've always stated that, we need everyone in this district right now.
I would say this, though, Mr. Macias, we did talk earlier in terms of trying to get budget assumptions, and we said that existing salaries would not go down on base pay. Taking a person from one pay grade to another is going down on their base pay. And the consensus I got from the group is that's something that we did not want to explore. So I'll be readdressing that as we go forward in the CAPAs, because I make a recommendation.
Well, Dr. Fields, I would say, just like anything in life, 99% of that is true, but there's always going to be that 1% that's an anomaly that we need to address.
Understood.
So in principle, I don't want to decrease salary for any of our teachers, nurses, whatever it is. But in some cases, there are those anomalies. And if it determines that we do have extra directors, executive directors that we don't need, and not that we don't need them, wrong language, but that we found that we acquired after 2018, and then we do the ROI, what are we getting from them now? My assumption would be that they're needed. But again, just because that is one of those complaints that I hear from folks in the community. And so I want to make sure that we put that to rest, just like we did with the admin.
Understood.
It just needs to be addressed and verified.
Yes, sir.
So I do want to point out that as we're moving forward with this, there's very difficult decisions to rely on only one piece of data would not be, the best course of action moving forward. I think Mo Casey's staffing study and the example used earlier about police department will help us understand that that's only one metric that we should use. We use our FTEs on Data Suite. We also use the TA salary report just as a specific piece of information. We're going to yield and show how we can reduce 16.8 million for year one, but we're still then going to have to consider additional 15 million. You were asking about the specific position, so I'm just going to ask I'm just going to state in 21-22, looking at TA's report, there was Director of Instructional Program or Executive Director, 9.5 FTEs, Mr. Macias. In 22-23, that same position goes to 21.5 in 22-23. So it just shows that we need to use different pieces of data, different metrics as we consider, and we go through round one, and then we make additional considerations in round two. Okay, back to step three. In step three, we've already any questions? In step three, we talked about a soft freeze, which we've already discussed. Please note that we are not counting that 4.1 million. We just wanted to let you know. And I should have graded out because I grade out another section and I just forgot to do that. But I think it's important to note that there are positions that are vacating that we are choosing to not fill to help reduce the deficit.
You get credit for making progress. It just doesn't count toward the 27 or 31, I don't know.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
number
So
it was
it's not counted in the total.
28.7. Yes, ma'am.
Step forward, this is where you would select, board members would select the position and program reduction plan from two choices. I've mentioned earlier, one could be through a RIF, but as you heard Dr. Fields mention, that is not district administration recommendation. B, our administration recommendation is to create a plan to address the positions through end of year attrition and non-renewals of DOI or non-certified staff, or as well as probationary staff through rigorous vacancy reviews to include the soft freeze, and ensures a minimum reduction of $6.455 million from the deficit, given the list of positions that you have with you. The vacancies closed yielded 4.1, but again, we don't count that. So then that takes us to step 5. In step 5, given the list of positions, we would implement the staff and program reduction process selected by the board with consistent application of policy and procedures. And then you have a brief timeline listed there of what we would do. I'm going to go to step 6 unless somebody stops me. Okay. Step 6, we would execute an additional $2 million in policy savings through elimination of grandfathered stipends, TRS surcharges, and overtime to comp time conversion. I will say that we've already implemented the overtime to comp time conversion this year. We anticipate that yielding about $400,000 in savings, and it impacts 410 employees in pay grade 300, the clerical and instructional. We've also implemented a change in the FICA, which is the TRS, and that was a
TRA or TRA? TRS.
TRS, they're going to FICA retirement.
Got it.
They're going to FICA retirement instead of TRS.
Instead of TRS.
Okay.
That's for mostly substitutes, and that's $160,000. The board approved that, I think, a month or two ago. And then the specifically TRS surcharges, we mentioned we were moving towards that for any new employees. We predict that would be about $420,000 in savings, together with the grandfathered stipends. The grandfathered stipends alone would save $959,000. That's a total of 758 stipends, and then we've listed out those stipends. We are paying 88 feeder pattern, the Wagner feeder pattern 8 stipends, 347 Wagner feeder pattern.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you explain those, Dr. Taganoff, and the difference between what we're talking about? We don't have to do them all, but I truly want the board to understand why we're making this recommendation.
So in the column right next to the one Ms. Davis was explaining, it lists out the proposed elimination of grandfathered stipends. So you can see the first one is Masters in Subject at $1,500. A few years back, the board approved to reduce that to $500. So employees that had a master's degree would receive the $1,500 stipend, but if they had a master's in the subject area they taught in, they would receive an additional $500. When we made that change, the people that were receiving the $1,500 were grandfathered into that cost. So we have a certain number of employees that are in that. Then there was a time that we paid a secondary math and science stipend. We no longer pay that stipend of $1,500, but we do have a select group of people that have been grandfathered in there. They would still receive a stipend, though, because we do still have a master's in subject stipend of $500. They would just receive the amount of money that everybody else that is new to the district or not grandfathered in there, they would receive that same one. The other one is the Wagner feeder pattern stipend. We've had this stipend for quite some time, but we stopped applying the stipend to people in the last maybe 3 or 4 years. And so we have a group of people who are receiving a stipend to teach in the Wagner feeder pattern, paraprofessionals and teaching staff. And then we have another group of people that teach in that Wagner feeder pattern that are not receiving that stipend. And so we are recommending to remove that stipend. And then the last one is the campus testing coordinator stipend that Dr. Fields used it as an example earlier. This stipend is not necessarily for our high school positions because they actually have a position that is for a CTC dedicated solely to that. It was more for the elementary and middle schools where the CTC duties fell on an assistant principal. So several years back, there was a stipend added on for that particular role. It's been eliminated for 2, maybe 3 years. And so we have 12, I think. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I've only been here 2.5, so sometimes since I've been here, so.
I think about 2.
So there's about 12 that are receiving the stipend, and then the other assistant principals that are assigned that particular role are not receiving the stipend. And so we just looked at some of those grandfathered stipends just as a way to provide equity in how we're compensating some of the work that our employees are doing.
And all that adds up, Ms. Davis.
Yes, so the grandfathered stipends alone, this section, step 6, adds up to 1.9 million in reductions.
Well, except 2 of these we already executed, so the 400K in overtime, that's not being paid and hasn't been being paid for a month or so. So that's not in the 225 of actual payroll today. Because we're cutting from our actual payroll today, so that 400K isn't in our current 225 that we calculated, and the FICA's not in there because we're not actively paid FICA on those, or we're not, we've changed them over to whatever they need to be changed over. So since we're using Friday's data of payroll, if those were all changed well before Friday. So those aren't reductions then, so it would just be the stipends and the TRS.
I'd beg to differ. I think that if we're calculating this on the course of the year, not on the course of the last month. In addition, I would tell you that some of the recommendations that we're making on here just made so much sense that we just started doing it. There's no reason to wait because, to your point, we don't need to continue to give overtime when we can let people know we're going to give comp time going forward. But we've calculated based on what that was for the last 2 years, we're going to make a savings over the year of about $400,000 in that area. So it's not just based on what's happened in the last month. It's kind of the calculation on what we should be reducing, not only throughout this year, but going forward as well.
But I'm saying, when we use today's starting point of actual expenses, if it's not an actual expense today, then our starting point isn't 225. So we can go back and make it 225 and add your 400,000 back in and then take it back out again. But when we're going off of actuals, the only way we're going to get to 198 is if we cut X dollars, right? So if it's already been cut, then we're not going to cut the right amount.
But the 225 that we've estimated now till the end of the year, it was budgeted for 231. Now it's at 225. But that's not for what we've paid out already. It's for what we anticipate to pay out prior to the end of the year, correct?
Yes, and then as people are exiting.
We will.
It'll even go down further than
We're not
that.
feeling
because-
it's going to
right.
go down below 225, yes.
So it can't just be based off of what we're doing. It has to be based on what we project to do as well. That's how we even got to the 225 million.
I'm making sense, but you're not right.
Well, but it's.
Like, this isn't
headed
in the
the right
projections
direction.
anymore. Yeah.
But it's headed the right direction. I mean, these are all reductions.
Yeah.
And then a moment ago, Dr. Fields, I heard 33, 31, we agreed on that as the FTE, and then you said 28 something.
No, what it is the recurring deficit. So if you look at self-funded insurance, those are
Oh, okay,
one-time
that was
costs.
just, okay, that didn't have anything to do with
Right.
the FTE.
So, right, if you
Alright.
look at the current
Okay.
deficit of 40 million, a lot of that 6.8 and the 4.5 brings us to 40, but if you take all of that off, the recurring deficit, the overtime rather than comp time, all those things come out to
Gotcha.
28.7. So in our
Okay.
reduction going into next year, that's what we're focused on.
I transposed that into another bucket, so that was my fault.
Yes, sir.
But that clarified it. Thank you.
Got it.
Dr. Taganot, can you let me know, for current employees that were hired this year, we aren't reducing those TRS surcharges until next year?
Current employees that are already here, that were already hired before we made this decision, we are not taking that away for them. It's the new hires coming in from the day that we made the decision.
So that would be included
In future.
in
right.
a forecasted reduction would be those 420,000 of the TRS surcharges. So if you choose to exclude everything else, the grandfathered stipends alone is still 959,235.
Yes, ma'am.
And for all of the grandfathered stipends, are majority the Wagner feeder pattern? Or how does this, all numbers right here?
So
I just want to understand and.
Yes, ma'am. So the total stipends, 88 are for the Wagner feeder pattern 8s, 347 are for the Wagner feeder pattern teachers. The 39 math are for the secondary math and science stipend, not necessarily Wagner. There are 216 stipends paid in master in subject at a rate of $1,500, whereas everyone else receives it at a rate of $500. 15 stipends are paid for the master's grandfathered stipend. Those are,
Like all across the district?
yes, ma'am.
And then
31 science for that science and math stipend
Across the district.
across the district, 10 other across the district, and 12 CTCs across the district.
So a little more than half are Wagner people, if you add them up.
But to my, I just want to understand this more. You guys have this Wagner feeder pattern on specific school for Wagner. It's because you guys are having a hard time putting people in there. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
Or how?
No, ma'am.
Then how, yeah, kindly explain that to me, please.
Yes,
'cause
ma'am.
I want to.
So I'm the one
Yes.
who proposed this back in the day.
Okay.
And what it was to attract the best teachers to that feeder pattern. If you can make an additional $1,500 or $2,500, would you go and leave your north side of the district to come down here where honestly, it is more difficult to teach? And that was the whole point of that, was trying to attract the best people to that pattern.
My concern is you guys with this one, because right now with my, oh, sorry.
Keep going.
Yeah, that's why I'm having a hard time wrapping this up, because I wanted to really understand and not miss anything that I believe on the proposals was really great, but for it to be recommending right now and to have this drastic move, I'm just concerned, especially on my side, that a lot of them on the feeder right now is kind of like on the turnaround, isn't it?
But
So-
that's a reason to eliminate this, is because we didn't see that movement of our best and brightest down to that.
So isn't it, would be a reason for them to leave right now and leave the place because they're just really, let's just say, something that they have been surviving on this with extra of the stipends on their salary right now? Am I understanding it right?
Two
Or
things.
just like-
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Let me help.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me help. We don't do that anymore. I want to be clear. This isn't something that we're doing now to recruit people to go to the Wagner feeder pattern. We don't do it anymore. The only people receiving this stipend are the ones who used to receive it years ago. But if a new person comes in now, they don't receive it. And what we're trying to say is that's inconsistent and unfair.
Unequitable.
And it's unequitable. because those people, I understand that they've been there for a while, but the new people aren't getting that. In addition, there's a different way that we can attack this issue. Dr. Saunders.
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Lee, just to clarify that a little bit, it's a little bit of an antiquated stipend now that Texas has the teacher incentive allotment. So the idea behind that is to recruit your most effective teachers to work with students that have the ability to show the most growth. So remember, we are a teacher incentive allotment district. We will have teachers designated this year. The goal is now to expand the system to include more teachers and more content area. And the teacher incentive allotment offers way more than $1,500.
It'll be like 20,000.
So that's why the stipend is antiquated at this point.
So
But
I'm looking
I
right
do think
now.
it speaks volumes that despite this going away 2 years ago, 347 of those teachers have stayed in our Wagner feeder pattern, so, and 88 of our pairs. So, shout out to those guys.
I would agree wholeheartedly.
Yes.
Education's hard every day, everywhere, so
ma'am.
don't get me wrong on that, but
So am
they
I
are
understanding
committed
it
to
right?
those
Adding
schools.
those, we have like 435 alone on the Wagner feeder receiving them? Oh, okay.
With the aides and the teachers. Mhm.
Okay.
Step 7 are additional cost savings. Dr. Fields, would you? like
I would
speak
love
the
to.
first one?
The first step on here is kind of mine. I want to let the board know that going forward, and this is because we wanted to start here at the cabinet level. I would tell you that as cabinet members vacate their positions, the goal is to move them to a lower pay grade. So if an assistant superintendent leaves, we would move to an executive director in that particular area. And if a deputy left, we are going to move into a assistant superintendent in that area. I was also going to make a recommendation for our deputy positions to be downgraded to a lower pay grade as well. But after the feedback that I received from the board this evening, then I wouldn't make that recommendation because those would have been the only 2 people in the district who would have taken a decrease in pay grade. And I got from the consensus from the board that wasn't a direction that we wanted to go in.
I don't think the board said if 508 pays $300 a day, don't make 508 $295 a day. I think that's what we were saying. Now, I don't think we were talking about reclassifying positions. We're saying if Maryland, is Maryland still sitting back there? If Maryland's making $400 a day, then don't change Maryland off of 400 no matter what, right? Maryland is 400. That's what a teacher with 42 years in the district pays. I don't think, like what Mr. Macias was getting after too, and hopefully we'll see on some of that too, is if we had positions upgraded over the last, from 2018 till now, that restoring those positions back to wherever they were between 2018 and now is something we want to the board wants to at least look at, right? Like if it used to be a director, it went up to executive director, we want to look at, should that be back down at director level? That's still on the table, I think.
That's different because what happened was TASB came in and did a study and said, hey, your deputies are usually at this pay grade. So they were moved because the TASB study, and that was done across the district to the tune of how many millions?
2.1 million.
$2.1 million. So it wasn't just this pay grade that happened to. That happened across the board, across the district.
I think the deputies were upgraded the year before we even did the TASB pay study. So you can go back and look. That was in
So
fall of
the-
23.
But the TASB
TASB
study-
was not until spring of 24, so.
So it was,
I think the title may have been upgraded. I'm not sure the pay was.
No, the pay grade happened before the TASB survey, so we can go back to the comp plan.
Well, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier, too. I said, Dr. Fields, 99% of that is applicable. There's always going to be an anomaly somewhere that we need to validate. Obviously, I'm a big advocate for retaining talent, and I know being a cabinet member is tough for folks. And, but we still have to look at that, right? So I wouldn't say, like I said earlier, even on the what do you call it, the plan, the CAPAs, we have to be flexible enough to look at where there has to be some adjustments done. And so I respect the work of our deputy soups. If we're competitive, great, there's an argument to keep it competitive. If there's not, then we need to take a look at that. And the Moat Casey data, I think, if I can't remember all 63 pages, but I remember that being one of those areas that we might need to evaluate. As painful as that might be said, but this is almost case by case. It's tough to say that because we want to have sort of a move forward. Again, 99% of the time it'll be applicable. The recommendation was here initially, but am I reading that correctly?
I had put it in here as a recommendation, but based on the feedback that I had received, I was thinking that needed to come out because I heard loud and clear.
Again, we're talking rank and file employees versus administration, and it's always a very sensitive issue, right? But it is a reality of things. So this is tough for all of us. And again, I do know Ms. Davis and Dr. Toppin, they do phenomenal work. I'm thankful for both of you. But naturally, that's where we have to just evaluate. Is this something that we may need to reconsider what we're doing? So anyway, with that,
I'm looking for consensus here. So I'm looking for, if the will of the board is that we move forward in this area, I understand it. There's also another area in which we were going to divide up the responsibilities for Dr. Taganoff and place those communication responsibilities back in the communication department and have her just be over the human, because it's a lot. Chief of Human Resources, and then we could decrease there as well. But just like this is an uncomfortable conversation that we're having, we've had these uncomfortable conversations across the district. And if I'm hearing from the board that they say that they feel these two positions are the ones, or 3 positions need to be decreased, and we were starting off at the cabinet level, so.
Well, Dr. Fields, what was Moat Casey recommending? Because that was one of the categories that was where we were over the orange dotted line. And I wasn't sure, I had it as a question, what you meant that we're over. We have too many, or what? We have central admin, assistant / associate / deputy superintendents. That category was over the orange line.
Meaning we have too many.
So is it a number?
Compared to peers, in theory.
Compared to the peers.
Just compared to peers. And that means that if the peers have executive directors, that's why I was saying that if those positions were to vacate, then I'd move them all down 1 pay grade through attrition. But if we're saying now that we're okay with moving people down who are currently in the position, then I understand that as well.
Moat Casey's report, did y'all have a recommendation?
Not on as specific as we're talking about. Ours was the comparison to the peers.
So we're over our peers.
By 2 is what
No,
his
by
slide
1, you
showed.
mean?
But again,
Because we don't
we're
have
down
3.
to like,
That's not to say that these same people, I can tell you this is one of the smallest cabinets I've ever been in. And that's not to say these same people aren't on other people's cabinets. They just may not be assistant superintendents. They may be executive
Different
directors.
titles.
that's where I was like, pick up the phone, call. I mean, like we're down to, like a while ago, we picked up the phone and called and we learned something. Oh, okay, that starts to explain it. I don't mind saying, I don't mean that these considerations are symbolic, but they kind of are, because you said if we're going to make
Start at the top.
we're going to start at the top. That's exactly right. You're not going to balance this thing on these savings, but they are largely symbolic.
And I think there's probably just not enough ready to take it off yet, like until we see the whole 34 million or whatever that final number is. Like there's certain things we'll pull off, but I don't think most of the group is ready to just pull it off yet. Doesn't mean it's on. It doesn't mean, no, but we're not approving anything tonight. These are just things that are remaining on the menu for the future. I'm not ready to take it off yet.
Yes,
I think there's a lot of things we got to look at.
So I just wanted to say, all of the recommendations coming, everything's going to be very difficult. But we have to look at if we don't make that, approve that, then we're going to have to look at another area. And I think to make a blanket statement that we're going to take something off the table, we really can't do at this point. We need to be able to look at every recommendation you bring to see if it makes sense. So I'm not opposed to this possibly if it makes sense in the grand scheme of everything.
Understood. Thank you so much. The biggest concern that I have right now is that, again, these will be the only 2 positions or the only 3 positions that I bring to the board where I'm saying a person currently in. Now, we're going to go back and do the research that you asked for, Mr. Macias, but tonight, these were the only 3 where we're asking for individuals to actually go down in their area. I understand that, and we put it on here. My biggest concern is that I'm also advocating for a 6-day reduction as well. That's a double hit and if you were to ask me how much that, well, you can see it. That's a lot.
And I would say, Dr. Fields, to that, we wouldn't want to do a duplicate hit. That just would be tough, and I think I've said that even in the beginning. Let's be considerate about how much we would potentially lose. But I also want, just for my colleagues to hear, that Ms. Davis does a lot more work. She gets paid for that extra work she does because she's also been operating without a CFO. We need to, just like you're considering adjusting Dr. Tagenau's responsibilities, Ms. Davis should not be leading our finance. I mean, she can oversee it, but there should be somebody doing that
Ms.
legwork.
Martinez as well, and I think
Yes,
that
of course,
right.
rock stars.
We
But
made that adjustment, correct?
But that is one of the adjustments.
We made that adjustment, correct? Ms. Martinez? We made that adjustment during the absence of a CFO?
We've made it before. We haven't made it yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, my other point, though, that I want to make sure is that we also need to make sure that we lighten the load.
Yes.
We can't have cabinet answering emails during the weekend or on their paid holidays. Once it's holidays, let's just stop communicating. But bottom line is there's work happening during that period of time. That's why she's getting that, she gets paid more. She's doing more work, both her and Dr. Tagenau. So like I said, if we're going to take those steps, the human side of it is that we make sure that we take some work off their plate. And that way it justifies if we decide to go forward that way. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
And that may be hard for a military community and a lot of executives out there in the public to understand, because there's nowhere else where you make $165,000 and you don't answer your phone on the weekend, right? Like we have lots of military who answer their phones and they don't make anywhere near that dollar amount of money. So I do think we have to be very careful how we talk about.
I want to remind you, we're not in the military. We are not in the military, and so we can do it.
Military City, USA, I'm saying
We may
our
be,
soldiers.
we may be, but we are not military.
Correct.
So I want some consideration
Again,
on how
so you're saying
we,
they should work 40 hours a week?
I'm just saying they're exempt, and I never said 40, and it's not cool, but the bottom line is we shouldn't have them work on weekends and after hours when they've already been working 12 hours. So the idea is if we're going to reduce their pay, then they better work less, is what I'm saying. Well,
And I'm pretty sure Ms. McKinney behind me is spending a lot of time on the weekends working on lesson plans too.
Because we've had this discussion in a agenda review, I believe it was. If it's going to be that, then don't do it. If it is an issue, do not answer your phone. Do not answer the email. If it upsets somebody, a board member, because I believe that's what we're implying, if it upsets a board member, then that's on the board member for getting upset that they're not being answered in personal time. We've got to set that standard. If it's work hours, if you're going to have set work hours, don't answer the phone or answer an email in your off time.
Yeah, like Dr. Fields knows, I don't call him and I generally don't text him on weekends. I may send emails, but he knows not to answer them till Monday. That's just when I have time.
Right, did it?
Right? Like Sunday morning, I got time to send emails, but he knows he doesn't read them till Monday.
I have the emails to disprove that comment, by the way.
Oh, no, I
We
send my
have all
emails. He
the
knows
texts
my
and
free
emails.
time is my Sunday mornings. I get a lot of my work done.
Bottom line, we're off topic, but I just want to say, just don't put the extra hours in. And cabinet, my advice to your superintendent would to tell you, you're off when you're off, regardless if people say you got to do stuff.
I just want to calm this down a little bit. There's not a person sitting around this table that if I were to call them, they're not going to come in. Emergencies come up, and they understand they're in charge. I get it. When emergencies come up, we make it happen. To your point, though, Ms. Jones, if it's not an emergency and we've got something going on, we've got to get better at saying, hey, I'm with the family. I'm in church. I'm doing something right now. So, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fitz, I was just going to say, in terms of the PEMS report, to Ms. Stanford's question about there being 6 people over in comparison to districts, and Dr. Field's comment about cabinet. In many districts, my title would be Chief Technology Officer. Because I would have only been overseeing just technology, which I don't just oversee that department.
Correct.
If I was a chief technology officer, I would not have been classified in the assistant superintendent or the deputy superintendent category. The chief financial officer is not in the assistant superintendent or deputy superintendent category. They're in a category called business manager. So when you look at that number 6, it really is based on the titles that we have and not necessarily saying that we have more people on our cabinet than, say, another district, because the other districts may have other titles that they use, and in many cases, they have executive directors on their cabinet as well. And so I just wanted to clarify that in terms of looking at that number in comparison. That number of assistant superintendent deputy does not equate to that's how many people are on the cabinet in those other areas. If you look at their cabinet members, it's based on all of those other categories and how the district chooses to name those individual titles, even though
Then
there's
it's
not.
like the coding issue, where we had
It's not a
people.
coding issue. We are all coded correctly right now. So you have 6 people with the title of assistant superintendent and deputy superintendent. You could also name chief instructional officer instead of assistant superintendent, and then it would be categorized differently, even though it would still be a cabinet member, because even at TASB, a chief and an assistant superintendent are viewed on the same level, but you don't report them in the same categories. So when you compare other districts, they may only have 2 assistant superintendents because they have 2 assistant superintendents and a slew of chiefs, or something like that.
Well, that's what I meant by the coding issue had us looking like we were way high in central admin just because of the way we had things input into the system.
We had
And
many
it sounds
people
like
in
this
an
is-
instructional category that weren't. Yeah.
This is a title difference.
Correct.
This is
So that's
title and role based, yes.
So that's fattening that category when we're comparing to other districts because of the titles that we have.
Could be, yes.
So where it appears that we are over by 2, that may not necessarily be the case, which is why I say we have to look at this metric as what it is, one piece of data. When you start calling other districts, especially those peer districts, I wonder how many are titled assistant soups and how many are titled chief.
So it's a
Human
title thing?
Resources, chief instructional officer. She's
can't
not called chief technology officer. If she was, then
be
that
more.
wouldn't be one.
We've given too many other responsibilities to Dr. Gosh for her to be singled out as the chief technology officer, just like Dr. Taganoff. I mean, she's got communications and human resources. But if we move communications over to the communications director, then we could call her chief of human resources.
Well, let's all not get lost in the weeds. No matter what, we have to cut 500 people, right? That's what we said. We're going to try and bring everybody back to, we still got to get back to a balanced budget.
A lot of
We
this is
still got to get back to
We're not going to cut
cutting
500 people, I promise you that. So
Well, we have to,
we have
or
a
we'll go
deficit
bankrupt.
that we need to reduce, but don't start putting out that we're going to cut 500 people. That's not
Sure,
the goal.
was on the budget parameters from your
That says in the
superintendent,
parameters, but we have other options that we'll discuss, like consolidation, selling property. There are other things that we're going to do that will alleviate the deficit and stop us from having to cut.
Sir,
that
you're
many.
also one that said we're going to spend every dime and have TA bail us out. So
I still
my
believe
financial
that.
advice-
I still believe that we have a responsibility to educate our community, but don't put out there we're going to cut 500 because we don't know that yet.
Okay, so what we're saying is the dollar amount needed to get us to 84% of projected revenue is approximately 500 positions based on the average salary currently in Judson ISD. So that is the end of an algebra equation. When you hit enter on the calculator, which we did yesterday, that comes out to about 500 positions.
And that is not incorporating your algebraic equation, the variables of other things that we have, like increase in tax rate, we have the sale of property.
We can't increase the
we
tax rate. A school board can't do that.
Well, next year we might.
You could put it on the.
Absolutely, we might. So we have all kinds of things to play with.
I thought you said that.
Well, I know, but we can't do any planning off of a Vader. We did that, and we just wasted 5 months waiting on the Vader, right?
I would agree wholeheartedly.
We
but
have to get to balanced budget.
It's still another way to increase the revenue, so to just take it off the board.
And that's my point. We don't have to dive deep into it, but my point is we have other options in this equation that will mean we don't have to cut 500 people.
Okay, so let me, if I
Because
may.
I don't know how we're going to get
Well,
anywhere.
the 500 people, or the 500 FTEs represent, if you tried to go the whole 30 million with just FTEs at an assumption of 69, I don't have it in front of me, that's what it would take to go the whole way. So I think we're just saying.
Yeah, but I just want it very
1 year,
clear.
2 year, and the difference is either we tank our first rating or we don't, right? Because the board hasn't decided.
I'm just not going to cut 500
Please
employees.
allow me to be the superintendent, please. I know I'm getting frustrated, but y'all, listen, the goal here is to balance the budget. We want to get to 84%, but if you're at 86% and our budget is balanced, we're good. 84% is a goal, not a requirement. So we're going to do the best that we can to get the 84% so we can be amongst our peers. But the goal here is to make sure that we don't have a deficit budget. Let's focus on that. But let's not just argue. We have a list of things here that we need you guys' approval on. Let's get through it.
Step 7B, additional cost savings, shows a reduction of days for 12-month employees. One of the things to consider is you have a list of the 12-month employees there, but under our notes, we do ask that you consider that the board must approve to rescind the previous decision to reduce elementary principals by 10 days. And the superintendent will return 6 days of pay to the district each year as well. So a 6-day reduction is a total of $1,000,398. You have the positions and the number of employees in each of those positions. Step 7C is the elimination of ESSER added positions. That's just, again, it's accounted for already. That's why you see it grayed out. But I think it's important to mention, at one point in time when ESSER left in September of 2024, the position stayed on, came on to local. But the reason, we wanted you to see the total cost there, it's about 1.7, but it's accounted for already, so it's not in your final total that you see there. Step 7D, software program reductions, 500,000. CNI and technology teams will collaborate to determine specific software. Step 7E would be a proposal to eliminate enrichment programs, and that finds an efficiency of $800,000. The enrichment programs that we are referring to, an enrichment program is defined as a program that is not specifically funded for the student population. It is a non-required program. It is non-funded. It is a choice for the district to provide. We are talking about Spanish immersion here. We have Spanish immersion at one of our campuses. Please note that Spanish immersion is different from a dual language program. A dual language program is a required program to serve our bilingual or emergent bilingual population, whereas the Spanish immersion serves a target language of Spanish clientele, so native English speakers wanting to learn Spanish. That's not a required program. LOTC is also an enrichment program. It's not a required program. And I listed academic enrichment program there, although it's funded by title, so I'm not counting that as part of the savings, but it is a program that perhaps we could consider eliminating that might help towards using the paras that are used there towards paras that we may need in another reduction in a CAPA later. As an example. Spanish immersion has a total of 5 teachers, grades 1 through 5. We sent an email earlier with the number of students at each of those grade levels. I think when you look at grades 3, 4, and 5, you were looking at, off the top of my head, 10, 11, 18, 10, and 13 students. Those students are specifically serving, they're being served by, in some cases, bilingual teachers that might best be used in a different category, such as the dual language program. For LOTC, we have 6 teachers across the district. We're proposing a reduction. It would reduce about 3 teachers in LOTC because some of the campuses, such as Woodlake Hills Middle School, who's running it with 2 teachers, would have to then consider student placement in another alternative elective. So for example, Woodlake Hills Middle School would probably have to hire an art teacher per se to help provide an additional elective to those students. The cost savings for Step 7E is approximately $800,000. Step 7H, notice that we didn't put an actual number in it either, but as we continue to look for an additional 12 million in savings, that is something that we would need to connect with a realtor on, and we could consider the sale of commercial property. It is not something that would be our first course of action, but it is still a consideration. Please note that we are not asking to consider the sale of any campuses that may close due to campus consolidation. We know there's already a lot of competition out there, and we certainly wouldn't want to consider the sale of a campus. We would repurpose our campuses, but the sale of commercial property could yield good funding. It would be only a one-time revenue, so that's something that we would need to consider. But we are going to look into getting that information there. And then Step 7I, print center elimination. Also, please note that that $160,000 is not included in the total savings amount because we're still negotiating contract terms. But we did want to inform you that that is a program that has run in the red over the last 3 years. And then Step 7J would be campus consolidations, which are part of our CAPA number 2. Those savings are anywhere between 4.71 to 6.13, and we worked with Mo Casey to identify that range of savings. When you take a look at the numbers that we did include, the total savings amount that you see here yields 16.8 million in savings in our round 1. Keep in mind, as we mentioned earlier, and Dr. Fields said this, 28.7 million is the recurring deficit because you have to take out your one-time cost of your 6.8 in self-funded health insurance plus possible run-out costs. So the remaining recurring deficit, which would be the 28.7 minus the 16.7 million, would be 11.9, almost $12 million for us to take Step 2 and consider additional savings that we need to bring to the board for about 11.9 million in year 2.
Dr. Fields, we're at a good 4 hours into this now, and I know we haven't seen some of this as updated type things. And we still have another agenda item tonight, so
We already went through.
correct, no, I think Correct. Yeah, Capitus schools. Everybody's good on that one. Board, you can go home and digest all of this. This was like a lot of data. There's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of really small font. Send that digitally because I'm not going to be able to read that one. Type thing. Oh, you see? Oh, look at see, this is Dr. Field's font size. I'm not going to hold that up for the camera. So you put that over there, right? Go back and really recollect your thoughts now that you've heard all the different. We've heard lots of pros and cons to lots of different things. So let's go back and then you and I are just going to talk tomorrow on how we get us to something that's like, I don't know, meeting-wise, I feel like there's more discussion that probably has to occur of each of these things, but that's not going to productively happen. That we probably have hours of back and forth potentially on some of these things. And I know I want to see the full 31 million or whatever that final dollar amount is, year one, year two, because we haven't decided this is a 1 year or 2 year. We haven't decided a fund balance. I want to see this in a totality so that I know what the choices kind of are, right? And so certain things, when you see all of it together, makes some of the things maybe not as, some things don't look great on here right now, but once you see the other things, you're like, they're all bad, right? They're all bad. And it'll put it into more perspective, I think, for us. So I think we've got a lot of thinking to do and probably more questions to ask you. I got to go read the answers you sent me this afternoon. I'm sorry, I didn't get to it before I rolled in here a couple hours later.
I just want to say this before you start, Mr. Macias. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. We need to have some very hard conversations with people, and we need some guidance. We need kind of a head nod, a consensus saying, yeah, you guys can move forward, because as you know, there's a lot of people watching right now. Everybody was watching tonight trying to figure out what was going to happen, and we want to engage in these conversations with the people to let them know. That being said, I would also say, if we can go this amount, which is more than halfway, as we go through this process, then we can examine to see where we may have gone too far or not enough, and then we can make adjustments that way. But to give a list of things that will take us all the way to the end might not be a realistic and practical approach on how to get there. I understand that some may want to do this in a year, but I'm advising. And I'm advising based on the recommendation of the cabinet members around the table, unless there's someone who feels differently, and feel free to raise your hand if you're on cabinet. I think that may break the system. It's going to be difficult to clear up a financial deficit like this and bring up the scores and cut $30 million in a year. I said before, 2 years in a row, we were going to have to make some hard decisions as we move forward. We're here. Let's just measure twice and cut once, as opposed to cut and then we may have not cut the right way, if that makes sense.
Well, Dr. Fields, I'm definitely in favor of the non-exigency option. If you're looking for, because you have two options.
We got to talk to lawyers about, that's a whole closed session with lawyers about that stuff.
Well, it's on our paper.
Correct. No, I'm just saying, there's lawyers have weigh in on that.
It's
Right?
your consultant's opinion that you are eligible, but you should consult with your attorneys to double check on that.
There are pros and cons to each thing. There's risks and rewards for each thing. So we'll set up when Jameson can come in. I don't think we have to decide how. That's the how we get there. We haven't figured out the what. We got to figure out the what we're doing. Then we'll figure out how we're going to do it.
And if I may,
all very quickly.
So Mr. Macias, earlier on, I was talking about fund balance and I stopped and I said, let's hear it all. And so we've heard it all. The end and everything Dr. Fields just said, I concur with all the math he used to. Now, but I want to circle back around. That's why, to me, I think it comes down, trustees, to your tolerance level of where you.
Risk.
Well, fund balance, where fund balance, the line, and Dr. Fields, is that fair to say? Because the 2-year plan's going to take that fund balance down, and he's got it, they've got it, staff has it. So I'm not saying do it, don't do it. I'm just saying I appreciate the fact that it's identified that this is what the fund balance will be at this point, and this is what the fund balance, Because that's what it really boils down to. If you're going to
And
do
how long would we be there? We wouldn't be there for 10 years.
I would assume that you're, like, it's the low point, and then here it
It
comes back
would be the
up.
low point, and we
The
would
low
immediately
point, and then
come back up.
we're swinging back up.
Eyes wide open. You're
If-
going to have a first report at some 3 or 4 years, right? I'm looking at, in the future, that you're going to see that. I mean, that's just eyes wide open.
Yeah, and then you have to crawl out of that hole, and that crawling out, like, putting money back into fund balance is so much harder than taking it out, right? Like, all of a sudden, you gotta have a better than balanced budget. So just things we have to think about, everybody's gotta go home and marinate on. And let's talk real quick, maybe we throw this on Monday night just in case, well, let's talk real quick. We may throw it on an agenda just in case we can squeeze it in Monday, but I have to talk to TASB. But tonight's the last time I can post, so it might appear on an agenda and then disappear. But we'll talk about that during a quick recess.
I actually wanted to say something. Dr. Fields had stopped me from saying something, and that's okay. That's okay. But bottom line is, I just want to reemphasize again that the presentation here was strong. There's 16 million in revenue roughly that can be generated with this pathway. I have to caution my colleagues that I know they know this. The more we cut, the less prepared we are academically. That's really going to be the bottom line. And then things like not increasing the student-teacher ratio. I mean, what options do we have if we're going to be cutting significantly? I just want to say I concur with the idea that we have presented some cuts. If we were to go through the practice of finding 30 more million in cuts, or 30 million total plus, I think that has some inaccuracy already built into it because of the variables of next year, enrollment and all those kind of things. So I wouldn't want you to waste energy on the next level. Let's just focus on this part, know that there's a part 2 coming, and evaluate what attrition looks like, we may have to close more campuses next year. We don't know, right? We don't know what enrollment will look like. So we have to do this very delicately. Because at the end of the day, I want to make sure we're still in position to meet academic goals. Because that's really, I think, if you had to ask the community, do you want to be a B district or do you want to be a C-rated district in the first rating? They're going to pick the B district because that's our ultimate goal. So I'm not so worried about the rating. To answer your question, Dr. Gibson, if we have to go below the 60 days, it's okay. We're going to be all right, right? But that means, we need to produce, because we can't have a D district and still be in this predicament. The goal is to try to get us out of it, and I believe we can. So.
All right, thanks everybody for your patience and your hard work. Oh, sorry, go ahead, sorry, I wasn't looking up.
So I also want to express that I don't think that we should try to do 30 million in 1 year. And part of that is some of what Mr. Macias said. We don't know what's going to happen next year. But I do believe that if we're looking at, and the concern is, what is the fund balance going to be at the end of that second year, there are things then that we could take into account in the second year and do some more deeper cuts to make sure that we don't go below that. But that gives us some wiggle room this year and looking forward and ahead to next year. One of the things that you have said all along, Ms. Ryan, is that we end up with extra money at the end of the year. You've said that over and over and over.
Then I hate the budget amendments because we overspent.
And so that's exactly what I'm talking about is if we do this kind of thing this year, then we plan for the next year. And if we have to go in and we have to make cuts where we're increasing class size or we're doing whatever, then we can do that to avoid having that fall below the number of days that we want. So I think there's some wiggle room.
Go ahead,
No,
Ms. Lee.
I just remember something, and Ms. Stanford and Ms. Conayer might remember when we had, when you guys have that academic CAPA review, and then I was supposed to have like a meeting with Mr. Kingman, but he was in the room and he gave us a glance of the draft, what it is. And I don't know if you guys remember that what he said is, with the Vader being passed, then we might have a balanced budget. It's possible. But if it's, the Vader is not, then it's really possible for like 2 years for us to get to the balanced budget. And I just remembered, so I guess I was just, yeah.
Okay, so postponing the rest of this discussion of this, because we know this is not closed, nothing's been decided. For those of you watching in the Metasphere, nothing has been decided. It was just a really good discussion tonight, so we will get through this as quickly as we can so we can notify people. So pursuant to Texas government, or the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071, consider and discuss the employment evaluation duties of the superintendent. The time is now 10:02, and we are in closed session.
Forever
This one's working.
Oops, sorry. Okay, the time is now 12:13, and we are back in closed session. No final action or decision was taken while in closed session. There being no further business, we are adjourned at 12:14 a.m. on Wednesday, December 10th.